Uh, Lisa Marks,
Present.
Carla Torres Luna,
Here.
and Kathy Toasty,
Here.
and Jan Briss. So we're all here. Do we have any any comments for closed session?
Public comment. Let me see if there was.
I think it's for open session. We have 2 for open session? Okay. And so with that, we are now going to convene to close session, and we will be back at 6. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. We again apologize for our tardiness, but we'd like to get started now. It is 6:18, and we're going to come back into session. We would like to do the flag salute. So at this time, would we please have Mrs. Martinez, will you start us on the flag salute, please?
Ready, begin. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any public comments?
We do. We have two. So the first one is in Spanish. Estimada mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar de Hollister, quiero agradecer a la mesa directiva por el entrenamiento de la justicia restaurativa para los empleados de las escuelas. Desde el 2018 estamos pidiendo maneras restaurativas para apoyar a nuestros hijos. Es importante que manejemos el bullying en una manera que los dos lados reciban ayuda. Como padres queremos asegurarnos de que el grupo de trabajo siga siendo una prioridad para trabajar en la colaboración para proporcionar alternativas a las políticas punitivas y al tratamiento. Gracias por su acción. Dear School Board of the Hollister School District, I want to thank you for providing training for the restorative justice training for the staff in the schools. Since 2018, we've been asking for restorative practices to help our children. It's important that we deal with bullying in a way that both sides get help. As parents, we want to assure ourselves that the work that the group has been working on is a priority, to work towards collaboration, to produce alternatives to punitive practices and treatment. Thank you for your action. And then the other public comment is, I didn't even say who that was from. My apologies. From Esperanza Cruz, a mom of students at HDLA. Eso era de la señora Esperanza Cruz, mamá de unos estudiantes en HDLA. And the next one, Dear Hollister School District Board, as a new parent, pediatric healthcare provider in the community, I am concerned with the upcoming cold and flu season, as well as the increase in COVID cases in our community and the safety and health of students. Recently, my daughter was exposed in class and placed on a 10-day quarantine by a staff member. I have concerns regarding the handling of COVID exposures. I found through the experience a lack of transparency, lack of protocols, lack of communication. This was very frustrating for me as a mother and as a medical professional. We expect parents to make decisions for their children without data or information. I cannot imagine how others felt. It is my understanding protocols have not been implemented, symptom checkers are not being followed, testing of the unvaccinated has not started. We have been in this pandemic for more than 18 months and in school since August 16th. To not have this in place is putting our most vulnerable at risk. I'm happy to be part of the solution. We have to do better. Thank you, Nicole Shelton, Pediatric Physician Assistant. And it says here she has a Master's of Health Science and Public Health focusing on adolescent populations. And those are public comments.
Okay, good. Now we're going to go to a hearing, a public hearing on instructional materials. Our speaker will be Mrs. Calero. You want to lead us through this Williams Act?
I only have to report that there are sufficiency of materials as per the inspection and the audit that happened. The other county office of education, so we have sufficiency of materials.
Okay. So we will now close that public hearing. Thank you very much. And let's go to item 10, which is a report on the social emotional team update. And we have Mr. Ward. You have some guest speakers, I think.
So good evening, everyone. Kip Ward, Assistant Superintendent, and I'm pleased to be here tonight to introduce three professionals from our social emotional team. As the board recalls and the public recalls, a few weeks back I gave kind of an overview of the SE team, and tonight's a little bit more of an in-depth report. We have three members of the team here that I'm extremely proud to work with. I'm so impressed with them as professionals, as people that care about students, care about staff, and this journey of building this SE team has just begun. We're off to a great start, and so I'd like to introduce Mr. Daniel Romero, who's one of our school counselors. And then we have Adina Austin, who is one of our mental health therapists, and Eliana Delgadillo, who is one of our school social workers. And they are going to walk you through the SE team and the process that they've been undertaking on all of our campuses since the first day of school. So I'm going to turn it over to them.
Yay. Good evening, everyone. Nice to be here tonight to go over some exciting new procedures and strategies that we've been doing. So first of all, I want to introduce the SE committee that's been working with, all summer long, working with this project. First, we have Eliana Delgadillo. She is one of our social workers in our district. And we also have Adina Austin, who's one of our mental health therapists. And my name is Daniel Romero. I'm one of the school counselors here in our district also. So as I mentioned, it's very exciting to be able to be part of this new program. Very exciting to be part of it, when especially at a time of need in our community. And it's exciting just overall, especially us being from this community. We're excited to have to help our own here. We started this program, as I mentioned, back in the summertime, collaborating since we knew it was going to be new. We wanted to hit the ground running, as they say, building process and procedures to be able to, once the rest of this counselors and mental health therapists and social workers arrive at the site, we had a good understanding of how we were going to proceed with our social emotional team. And we have a PowerPoint, and I think here. Do you think that'll?
Oh, would it?
I want you to think about the tier 1, tier 2, and the tier 3. We're hearing
If you all can help me present.
Now we know. Okay, so as I was saying, when we talk about the tier MTSS and PBIS, that's really what we're trying to incorporate, is figuring out ways how we can provide support for our students using positive reinforcements. And so school counselors and school social workers think about, they will be able to provide that tier 1 and that tier 2 interventions. So we're working with our staff, we're working with all site administration, and we're all cooperating and working towards supporting a student with social emotional needs in the moment. But if you go, so then when we talk about a mental health therapist, an LMFT or an LCSW, the only difference is we're also providing that tier 1 and tier 2, because again, we're all social emotional experts. But what this means is to think about a tier 3 intervention. When you have a student who is struggling, maybe they are coming with some trauma, and they're really needing some long-term therapy, because a licensed therapist is able to provide that therapeutic support. Think of it as we are trained with therapeutic modalities. So we have been given the education to know how to work with the student who is suffering from trauma. We have a lot of our students they either come from foster care, they're struggling, they've witnessed some type of trauma and what have you. And so we are able to provide that extra support. And then a little bit later, we'll explain to you how a student that needs long-term support, how they will receive that service. So we understand that with a new program for social emotional support, it's important to collect data to see how the program is doing. I know you guys can't see the master sheet, but I'm gonna pull it up. Now, this is a master referral sheet that we've developed for each site. Each social emotional expert has the responsibility of completing their report by the 5th of the month. And the data that we collect with our master referral sheet is the date that the referral was submitted to the social emotional expert. And that referral can come from a teacher, a parent, things like that. We also have student information, some demographics. We really want to track how many sessions each student is formally receiving. We want to track the contact that we have with parents to better support the student at home, and any consultation that we might provide to staff, again, to better support the student while on campus. We have a date that lets us know when we open and close the referral. We also have a different tab here on the bottom where we really wanted to track referrals, maybe students that we were supporting that were not receiving formal one-on-one services. So this could be like a drop-in, right? A student drops into our office, and we want to make sure that we're tracking the number of students that we're supporting on a daily basis. The third tab that we have down here on our referral sheet is, Dina was mentioning, with our licensed staff. So even though some of our sites might not have a licensed staff member assigned to them, we are assigned at their site. There is a licensed staff that's assigned to help with that tier 3 level. So all students have access to all services. And this third tab gives the the licensed staff an opportunity to also track students that are not from their assigned site. So with our data, this data is what we collected. So we really worked with our team. We know that their numbers are to be updated by the 5th of the month, but everybody worked hard to make sure that their numbers were updated before our presentation. And these numbers are numbers as of Friday, so September 24th, 2021. So in the first 6 weeks of school, you can see that we have already formally opened 86 students. These are students that are receiving formal one-on-one services. And we have provided 1,048 students with support, and these are students that are not assigned formally. So that is a great number.
What was that again? How many?
1,048. Now these numbers change daily because, as you can see, we are tracking the number of students that we're supporting on a daily basis. It was also important for us to survey our admin to just receive some feedback for the social emotional services that were provided at each site. And here are, the results. Question is staff at your site aware of the social emotional support? We surveyed 10 principals and all 10 said yes. Social emotional support services are easily accessible or available at my site. 100% said yes. Social emotional support services have had a positive effect with students at my site. 100% of our principals agreed. And 100% of our principals have witnessed one-on-one student check-ins being implemented at their site. We also gave principals an opportunity to provide some feedback in narrative form. So you can see one comment is, our team is building excellent services and our dialogue on unifying the wellness work with school discipline is progressing very well. Another comment is, the services are essential for a healthy school climate. And our last comment is, this service is invaluable to the success of our school culture. Scholars have an extra level of support available to them to help be a successful, productive, well-balanced school citizen. Thank you for seeing the value of this full-time position on our campus. Any questions?
Sure we do. Want to start? Yeah, I can start. One of the things that we had requested in terms of data is, kind of any trends that you're seeing as far as issues and concerns, and besides this TikTok thing, like what, and including. So whatever trends that you have seen on our campuses, and if there's any particular areas or ages or things that we should be looking for.
So we did break down the data, and out of our 86 open students, most of our students are in middle school. So we have 15 students from 6th grade, 13 students from 7th, and 13 students from 8th. So most of our services are being provided at the middle school level. But if we take out the middle school, we have higher numbers of students being served in 4th and 5th grade.
And I would say some of the trends that we're seeing is really just not only with our students but with parents, is that there's a lot of students that are scared to come to school. So COVID is really a big issue, which then stems to anxiety, and then you have other issues like now we're tardy, now we're absent, now we don't want to come to school, right? So really, I think the big thing is people are still worried about COVID. Students do not want to be on campus, they're scared. And then you have our littles that are having a hard time understanding, why do they have to wear masks all day long? Why can't they use the water fountains? Kind of getting back some of that normalcy. And so we are educating our students, this is kind of their new normal. And so allowing them some space to kind of sit with that, and then assisting them and their parents on how we can provide their children support while they're at school. So the transition coming to school is huge. The transition from the classroom to recess, from recess to classroom, the classroom to lunch. Those are huge red flags for our students right now. And I would say just on-site also, and I think Daniel was sharing that too, is our kinders. Because when you think about our kinders, they were 4, 3, and now they're coming into school, right? Or you have your 2nd grader. That was a kinder when COVID hit. And so it's really, it's giving teachers some of that extra support to better understand, where our students' mindset are, and that they're not going to be where we want them to be, right? So I would say, really, it's COVID. They're really struggling anxiety-wise about having to come to school, being at school all day, and then, like I said, then we're focusing on now we're tardy or now we're absent, right?
And we're seeing that across all grade levels, and boys, girls, we're seeing that across, and it's a transition for everybody, even for our staff. Just reminding them this is not a normal year, that we all need to transition, and just it's good to just talk about it sometimes, because it's everyone is like I said, it's having a tough time with the transition.
I think for me, as a grandparent and, thinking about the parent side, because I know we're talking to, I work at a high school, so it's different when you're talking to kids that are more cognizant, right, of what they're feeling and whatnot. But a lot of our littles a lot of it is that support from home as well, and educating parents on how to reinforce what you guys are doing with them at home as well. And, and that encouraging conversation, and so, the anxiety level is something that we as parents or grandparents can help facilitate as well, of reassuring them, right? And so I don't know if you have, like, further down the road, like, ideas of incorporating perhaps a presentation to parents or, on a family night or something like that, so that even if it's through Zoom, but at least parents could engage with you and just talk on just general, topics, not anything too personal, right, about their child.
That's a good idea. I know some of the parents we've been talking to, we've been giving them strategies to do at home and stuff, and also sharing it with the teacher so that they can share out too when a parent, expresses concern.
It seems to me that maybe we need to incorporate some more, in our schedules, that there is some more, free time where the teacher can take them out and let them run and let them play, and give them a little bit more time that way, even if it's just 10 minutes.
Sure.
I think that we need to address that issue to lower the anxiety. And I think that's something that our site administrators, with the help of the cabinet, need to look at very seriously. If this is something that you're seeing across the board, then we need to do something across the board as well. And I strongly urge that we start breaking up and do some 10-minute breaks. Teacher takes them out, and you'll have to work out logistics, but we need to do that. And, the best way is to let kids run and play, even if they're just doing laps. But we need to get them out. And let's lower that anxiety level. Because if they're out and they're breathing and they got some fresh air, it's gonna make them feel better.
Right, and I think Daniel made a great point also, is that I think what's kind of the struggle is, we have our adults coming back on site too, and they're anxious and they're not sure. So I think just what we've really been trying to focus on and working with our principals and figuring out how can we best support our educators to have a better understanding of the importance of if we were to roll this piece out, the importance of why it's important for our students to be outside. Why it's okay that they're not at the desk looking at the projector or making sure that they.
They're not gonna learn anything.
Yeah.
We have to face the facts. If they are so hung up and anxious, they're not gonna learn. So let's help them lower their anxiety level. Maybe we need to play some, card games. We need to do something.
We need to get creative.
There you go. And we need to change it up. And I think that our cabinet and site administrators need to be looking at that. Because when the colder weather comes, we're gonna have to be able to do something inside too. And so we need to be thinking about this. But we need to really look at it, and I think it needs to happen.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
Well, in the line of thought that Elizabeth was talking about, how easy might it be to put together that information you're giving out to parents that are strategies and stuff into a YouTube video that then is accessible on the district website that you can point people to, so the talk happens once, but anybody can access it anytime they like from home. And on the creative side of strategies for helping children and adults deal with anxiety, have you or do you consider mindfulness or body checking and other kinds of recognizing, getting back in your body, so to speak, which anxiety can kind of mess with.
Yeah, that is very doable. I'm gonna give a shout out to the SPED department. We actually did that last year, and it was very successful. A lot of our parents were watching, and the YouTube views were up. So that's something maybe we can
we definitely can incorporate here because the SELPA as well, I come from the SELPA and that's exactly what we did as well. I think the beauty of this program is not only that, you know, at that point we're focusing on special education, but the beauty of our program is now we focus on all students, right?
Right.
All staff, all students, all parents. So developing a presentation and posting it online, we can do that. That's easy.
And a lot of our social emotional experts are already doing that in their office. You know, some of us have calming corners where we practice grounding exercises to help the student decompress and then return to class on a different mindset. You know, some of our sites have incorporated a lunch bunch to give students at their site an opportunity to come together and work on their socialization skills during lunch. So a lot of sites are working on different things, and that's all depending on the need of that site.
Sure. Thank you.
But I really think that we need to look at some breaks
Definitely.
and give permission to the site administrators to allow it to happen.
I think it's a wonderful program that we have in place with someone at every school. I've actually seen Eliana in action, walking outside with the student, just, you know, out in the open air. And, you know, it's just a really great thing for the student. I think it makes them more comfortable. I just think it's a really good service that you guys are doing.
Appreciate that, thank
I have more. This is my favorite. So I'm wondering, because I'm really glad that you said about all students. So all of your staff that are here, that are categorized, social emotional staff that are both mental health therapists, school counselors, social workers, everyone's helping all students regardless of IEPs,
Yep.
SPED,
But
whatever
you also
category.
have more helpers, right?
That's what I was getting to, because I think there's people missing.
Yeah, from the county, don't you have some?
No, not from the county. I think we were missing people from the district, right? Or this isn't the complete,
That's
yes?
That's our SE team.
Are you talking about, at Sunny Slope?
Yeah,
We do have one, was she on the slide or not?
no, there's
So-
only one person on, from Sunnyside.
Yeah, so we have Adriana Vegas, who's at Sunny Slope School, who is actually through the County Office of Ed, who is through a grant,
Okay.
but is on site at Sunny Slope. Her sole focus is truancy and chronic absenteeism. So
Okay.
she supports that piece district-wide and works with Adelina in my office. But she's employed through a grant through the County Office of Ed,
How long is that grant for?
3 years.
Okay, oh, I remember.
Yep.
Got it.
Yeah.
3-year grant at Sunny Slope. Okay, but that person helps everybody too.
All students district-wide on chronic absenteeism, et cetera.
And so like, let's say, you know, because life happens, these are human beings. And if one person were to be out from a particular school site, could others fill in for them?
Correct, definitely. We work together as a team and we utilize our check-ins when we check in on twice a month to get support and consult on maybe a difficult case that a social emotional expert needs help with.
Or at that time, if somebody were to come and say, you know, I'm gonna be out, I have this caseload,
Right.
we will definitely pinch it and figure out, you know, how we can support each site.
We try to collaborate as much as we can.
And then, so you said that you have, the lead committee?
Mhm.
And so I'm just curious, this is more, kind of have my union hat in a way of, was this lead committee formed? Because you have a lot of good expertise, you know, with this whole team. So how do you all meet together ever?
Yeah,
You know, do you all like take turns leading? How is it, or is it, who do you all report to and how does that?
So I can speak to that. So they all report to me.
Okay.
And the SE committee, the 3 folks that you see standing here were the 3 people that I selected out of the group. And the reason is there's representation of each profession.
Classification.
Mental health therapist, counselor, and school social worker. So these 3 folks work with me and then they regularly check in with the rest of the group. And then if there's questions and there's concerns, but ultimately I'm the one that's in charge of the entire team.
Okay.
And it's completely my honor and privilege. just as a quick sidebar, when I introduced the team, I talked about, how professional they are, and I'm right there, and I think that you can see that in the three folks that are standing up here, how caring and focused they are. That same attitude and energy is at every site. I mean, the team we have, and I know that the committee up there will agree to this comment, the team that we have out at our school sites is an impressive group of people. And I feel so grateful that the board, however long ago it was that we committed to doing this.
About a year
made that
ago?
commitment about a year ago.
About a year
So we
ago.
you made that commitment, and the fruits of that labor and that vision are bearing, great fruit at all the school sites.
For sure.
It feels good for me to be a part of it.
And I'll just say one more thing. I think this is awesome. I personally, as a fellow social worker, believe in this work, and also so professionally believe in it. Personally, have seen, shout out to Joel and Lucia at HDLA, because it's been really needed. So, just tell all your colleagues, great work. We were really excited to have you, and then if we can get, whether it's written or however, but like a trends, every 3 months of like, what else are you seeing? Are things getting better? Is it worse?
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the numbers as well. One of the things that, and I think I know the answer, but I'd like to hear it from you. If there's a crisis at a school site, I know that the district administrators will come right away. But so when a child's in crisis and there's only one social emotional staff member there, then to get this child through the crisis, would you then assign someone else to help? How does that work?
At a specific site or?
Well, let's say there's only one social, we've got several that just have one social emotional, staff member. And a crisis occurs, and I know immediately that you would call the office, and I know that Erica and Kip, but they would come right away. But, that child's not gonna be fixed in a day. So then what happens? So do you then work out something to help that other, your other colleague? Because they're gonna need some help with the other caseload. I mean, how does that work?
So we're always consulting, like, for a specific, like for mental health therapist. I mean, if it's something that's a lot more serious that requires in-depth therapy, then we're always consulting on stuff. So we're always communicating with each other, but each person that you see there, that's the first line of, that's the expert that's gonna take that lead and then kind of reach out for resources.
But are you speaking more like in the moment kind of crisis?
Well, and it's obvious, let's say that the family needs social worker help. And there's been a major crisis. The DO has stepped in to help for that day. But this is gonna be an ongoing thing, and there's only one counselor at the school site. So they're gonna need some help there. So how, for the other students, of course. So how does that work? I guess what I'm saying is, how do we make sure that student, that family is getting the help they need, plus the other students?
So as we've mentioned, each site has a socio-emotional representative, and then each site is assigned a licensed staff member. So in a situation of crisis, maybe not in the moment, but the school counselor is dealing with their caseload, and one student shows that they need longer term or more, in-depth services, there's an assigned licensed staff member that would be able to support the school counselor or school social worker.
And we run into that already.
Yeah.
So that's when the consultation happens, and we work together collaboratively.
So it would be quickly though, would it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, that's all. I was just, wanna make sure the other children are being taken care of at the school site.
Yeah, and I wanna be really honest and give a shout out to our administration because we really work together. We consult I mean, I might be the one that's in the trenches and I'm working with the student when they're crying and they're throwing stuff and they want an AWOL or what have you. I
Yeah,
can
right.
handle that piece. But I have my assistant principal right there with me. I have my principal right there with me. And then, you know, it's like, okay, I got this, and we triage. We're constantly
Right,
triaging, figuring out like, what is your priority? What is the focus? Okay, I'm gonna get this, I have this kid. Okay, this teacher go over here. Okay, principal go over here.
And I know your DO will come also and help.
Right, so we really, I mean, it really is a collaborative effort, and although we are the social emotional experts, I really believe that we are all working as a team. We all just have different hats,
That's right.
right? So we're constantly triaging, we're constantly collaborating, and if it's not a crisis moment, but we know like, wow, that kid just witnessed a really difficult traumatic event, and he's been, you know, he's gonna struggle at school, and Daniel's like, gosh, I really feel like this kid's really gonna benefit from something. So for me, I'm assigned to Calaveras and AAA. He will collaborate with me, and then I head over.
Sure.
And we're working with the student right now, so we have that process. But I appreciate the question, it's a great
I
question.
have one more, Jen.
Yeah.
It's okay, I'm thinking, so this is to the team and to Kim to kind of think about, but going with Jan's idea of really it's, so let me backtrack. I attended one of the workshops, I think you were there with me, where, that was put on by the county. And they talked about, you know, mental health and just like basic tools that we can use. I don't know if you all attended that one, but,
I think you guys are there.
yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, not that one.
But
It was a presenter,
vicarious
trauma.
trauma.
okay.
She was great, right?
Okay.
But one of the things she talked about was this idea that Jan's talking about where you take the student out. It's kind of, and it's not a timeout, but it's kind of like let me just, you know, stop what we're doing. And even if it's a collective, but I want to add word to what she said, to Jan's idea. Also naming whatever for anyone, right? Because just because you don't see behavior doesn't mean things aren't going on, right? So having, you know, those students with this idea that Jan's saying, pulling them out of class, having one of you all to be like, all right, guys, let's just quick check in, how we're all feeling right now, you know, what's on your mind, whatever, just 5-10 minutes. And that therapist that was saying that just by naming what you're feeling, just drops that whole, you know, anxiety or what, I mean, it's not the solution, but it's a tool, right, that maybe.
Because we have to recognize what's causing that in our, you know, in children or
Right.
in adults.
So just wondering if, you know, we can brainstorm how you all, you know,
It's
with
part
your
of that-
colleagues.
It's part of that social emotional curriculum,
Right.
right? It's incorporating that component into the classrooms, and, you know, we started doing that within special education. It's a great tool, we can bring it to Gen Ed. It's called check in, check out.
Oh, perfect.
So we're checking in with students, getting a collaborative, like, hey, how's everybody going? How's everybody doing today? Working with your teacher, so you're role modeling what that looks like. How
Awesome.
many people are sad today? You know,
Yeah.
those sorts of things. Yes, we definitely can incorporate that. Yes.
Because that might help with the COVID.
Mm-hmm.
So I had some questions, and I'm not quite sure, because I know with creating this within the school system, there's a certain level of expectation, I think, even as parents, that we think, well, the staff at the school's got it. But I don't know, because you didn't, or maybe I missed it, is cycling students in, because you're gonna have so many groups of students, right, that you're gonna, I mean, you can't manage all of those kids, so I'm assuming you're gonna have like a caseload and then cycle those kids and then bring in, you know, a new group. But in having serious conversations with our county and with mental health, because what we are doing at school, and we're just like shining the light on the need our kids have in this county. And the resources are insufficient. They're just way beneath par. And starting the conversation with our county, because San Benito High School is doing the same model, and we're the two biggest districts in this county. And just the fact that we are sending some students that need more to, you know, mental health, and they either aren't getting back to parents, or it's taking forever, and the child still needs more support. So again, it's like we're trying to put a Band-Aid on something that's a lot bigger, but we just need to try to maybe impress upon, our county that the need for this community is truly there. We need to start investing in those services.
That's
for
why
our
the data
kids.
support,
Board of Supervisors.
that's why the
So,
data.
So that was, one of the, because you guys are the experts at the sites. We were talking about, that earlier, and, you're the ones that are there going to be giving, those types of things to your principals and recommendations. Because you're gonna see those trends, you're gonna see what is truly, your highs and your lows, and, as things are changing or kids are, because it kind of like, certain little trends like are infectious, it just starts to like get one group and gets another group going, and it just starts to spread very quickly. Especially with, with our youth. So, and then the last one was facilities, because I know for your, this is, I don't know if we have like a dedicated spot for every single, because I know, it's like we have, in the high school, it's just one school, but it's called the Wellness Center, and so you dedicated time and space for this, and I don't know if we have that at every site
Or a
in the same
decompression
fashion,
room.
right, to provide this needed support for our kids. And that equity comes into mind, because I know we're impacted at some schools and we don't have the room, but I just, if we're gonna do this, I wanna be able to do it right and be equitable at all of our sites for our staff and our students.
Definitely, it's a great question. Every SE team expert has a workspace, has an office, and has a place to conduct their business and have private conversations with students. Now, we don't have a wellness center. I think the model high school is a little different because it's one school. I haven't visited the wellness center, but I would call ours wellness rooms at each site.
Yeah, because it's basically a classroom and you've got it sectioned by, partitions is what, and all of the social workers or therapists or interns are there sectioned off. But, you want an inviting place for kids to feel like they can pop in and sit down and, the chairs and just the environment has to feel like good, right? It's gotta have, I go by the vibe, you wanna make it welcoming and
I think that if, that'd be something nice that would be posted on the website. I know Lad Lane, Eliana, you have a wonderful office there, and it's set up beautifully. I think that's something that should be posted on all of the websites.
We were just gonna offer, you're more than welcome to come and see our station, our offices, because that is kind of when we have that bi-weekly meeting, we talk about what would be good, how could you create a welcoming environment, but also like a calming. So yes, some of our offices are a little different in size, but we've tried, we really have tried our best to make sure that our students feel comfortable coming in, having some calming time. We have specific things that they can, manipulatives, fidgets and whatnot to allow them to have that calming space. So please feel free to stop by and say hello.
And I mean, Erin, our facilities director's here, so, and that's why what's great is that we all work together and trying to figure out, there are little spots or areas that we can create for that environment. It's just, hitting them up and looking.
I agree, and I know that Eliana and Dean have beautiful spaces,
Right.
That they've created. Daniel has a great one over at Calaveras. The best part about it, he has a 49 share. It is.
Sorry, we're gonna have to develop a policy.
It may not be a wellness center, but each of our offices is created in a therapeutic setting for our students to enjoy and to feel safe.
Okay, awesome. I wanna make sure that if you need something, let us know.
We appreciate that, thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
I just want to say one last thing. I really
Sure.
want to say thank you to Erica Sanchez and Kip Ward for trusting us and giving us all the tools we need to start the committee and, this whole thing. It keeps evolving and, with the creativity that, the freedom they give us to be creative, it just continues to evolve and help our community. So thank you guys for
Yes.
trusting us.
Thank you. Hey, good job there. We have one more public
Yeah.
comment that we're gonna do.
We had one more public comment, my apologies. It was submitted a while back. Thank you.
Thank you.
It says,
Why don't we wait here?
Dear Hollister School Board members. First, I would like to thank you for your continued hard work to improve our schools. You are board members at a historically difficult time. And as a teacher in the district, I truly appreciate the dedication you show to improving our system for all students. I'm writing to express my concern over the district's COVID policy. As a teacher in the district with insight into the district's policy related to COVID-19, I see several flaws that, in my opinion, may lead us to being returned to distance learning in the coming months. The first flaw in this policy is in regards to what a classroom must do if a student tests positive for COVID. The teacher, if vaccinated, is expected to continue coming to work while students are given the option to either stay home for 10 days or come back to school immediately and test negative on day 3 and 7. This plan seems fraught with potential issues. First of all, if students do catch COVID from the positive student, those students have 2 days to continue coming to school and spreading COVID to the rest of the people in the classroom and others in the school before they will ever test positive. While this policy has seemed to have worked for the most part so far, we are yet to enter the winter season, which as we remember from last year, is when COVID is more highly transmissible. A simple fix to this would seem to be asking both the teacher and student in the classroom to stay home for the 10 days and continue class via distance learning. In this way, we are ensuring the students do not lose their learning while also preventing a school-wide or multiple classroom outbreak. Another flaw in the district policy is that students who return to school or test on day 3 and 7, as mentioned above, do not have to show proof of a negative test to the district. While I would love to believe that everyone will be straightforward about this, I do know that life interferes and corners are sometimes cut. Additionally, there are many individuals who continue to believe that COVID is either not real or not as serious as it has shown itself to be. Many people have shown that they will fight a mask mandate and free vaccine program. Why would they follow through with a COVID test? Along with being a teacher, I'm a parent of students in the district. My daughters are too young to be vaccinated, and I prefer to not simply have trust in the good and sense of responsibility of other adults in this instance. My daughters are at risk in their classroom simply because we choose to not ask for proof of a negative test. Asking for proof of a negative test that these students are required to take anyway does not seem extreme. Finally, this past week, my wife came down with an illness and included a fever. The district's policy asks that she is also a teacher, she stay home until symptoms are completely gone or she has a negative COVID test. She also does not have to show proof of this test. Nonetheless, my daughters and I were asked to go back to school as we normally would because we are not showing symptoms. I am vaccinated, so I understand the likelihood of transmission for myself and others is low. However, my daughters are not and therefore would likely be asymptomatic carriers if my wife did indeed have COVID. This puts their entire classroom in jeopardy of contracting COVID, along with all those they interact with outside of class throughout the day. I have heard the term state minimum a great deal in regards to district policy this year. While I am a teacher who fully supports distance learning last year for health and safety of all involved, I quickly learned upon returning to campus this year how much I miss teaching in person. I have found the same to be true for my daughters and students. They have missed being there and are thriving around their peers again. Unfortunately, being together in person cannot last if COVID spreads rapidly through our schools. If students come to school with COVID and sit close to each other in classrooms, sit arm to arm, unmasked during lunch and snack, play closely together in overcrowded play areas, it seems inevitable we will find ourselves teaching and learning at a distance for long periods of time in this winter. I know that teachers and administrators all involved with direct work with students are doing the best to keep our schools healthy and safe, but we need more support. I'm asking that the district and the board consider moving away from state minimums in regards to COVID and take a realistic look at issues outlined. Thank you for your consideration. This is from a teacher, HDLA, Mr. Patrick Lerma. And that is all.
Yep. Okay,
I do have a question. Is that, do we have that at all on our agenda? I don't think I saw. Should we add that at the end then? We wanted to talk about that?
well, we have it for our special board meeting, we're gonna talk
Okay.
about it. Cause I guess there's a new thing coming up. Okay, let's do, the attendance incentive campaign, Kevin.
Okay. So it's nice to get to come up here and talk about something positive and exciting and interesting, although our SE team was positive and interesting and exciting as well. But so, looking at attendance, the board had asked for a campaign, and I agree, we always want to have kind of a motto and a campaign and a focus for the school year. So for 21-22, we have decided on attendance rebound.
Can people hear this?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've decided on attendance rebound because obviously we want to rebound from COVID, we want to get kids back in school, we're excited to have them back on campus. And so that is our campaign for 21-22, which has been shared with the community over the past week. Are you able to change the slide there, Brenda?
Brandon, can you change the slide?
Perfect, thank you. And before I go any further, I did want to give credit where credit is due. We have Alejandra Casillas and Adelina Bustamante, who are parent involvement and attendance liaisons. They came up with this. They wrote these slides. They are so passionate and excited about attendance and about communicating that with our school sites. They've been going around to the schools and sharing basketballs, because those are going to be some of the awards that are given out. It was fun to see them get creative, and basically I just got out of the way because they know I'm not the most creative guy. I gave them a couple ideas. They chose the attendance rebound, they chose the basketball theme, they put it in the HSD green color. So I'm just really proud of them and want to acknowledge them publicly for their work, their focus, but just their excitement. They buzzing around with the schools this past week, and I've just been hearing good things from the principals, so I wanted to acknowledge that. And obviously it is fun. This slide talks about having a chance to win something. We know students and adults alike like to win things. So we're asking people to join the team, if you will, to join the attendance rebound team, to get people excited, to get students excited, have the teachers talk about it, and have the principals recognize that on morning announcements, etc. And so we're going to do that on a regular basis. If you want to go to the next slide there. So there's the basketballs that they purchased and even pumped up in my office the other day. We have a little assembly line in my office of pumping up basketballs, and that was a good time. So the incentive plan, it'll be a monthly drawing to win a basketball. And it's like, a lot of things that you've been a part of in the past on school sites. You recognize a student doing something good, you give them a ticket, they put it into the drawing and then into the bin in the office, and then the principal and the assistant principal and actually Adelina and Alejandra are going to be going to the sites regularly when these drawings are happening to get out there amongst the staff and get excited and hand out these awards as the students come up to the office. Yeah, it'd be fun.
Well, also, I like it that it's not somebody from the school, so, just makes it all on the up and up.
And they're actually talking about getting shirts. They want to get shirts that say attendance rebound on them, and matching shirts, when they go to the school site. So that'll be fun. And then a couple ways to win. The classroom who has the best attendance average for the month will be recognized. And then, of course, I remember when I was a classroom teacher, you could modify that. So if my class won and I got a basketball, then maybe I decide within the classroom, it's a classroom ball, or maybe I raffle that ball off to one individual kid. The teacher can get creative and add some individuality to that process. And then as well, students who have perfect attendance earn a ticket to win an awesome green basketball. They put their name in that drawing in addition to that. And then there's one last slide, and it talks about, talking about improved attendance, that deserves a shout out and that deserves recognition. So we are encouraging, and Adelina and Alejandra are gonna really work on that piece of it, encouraging sites when a student turns it around from 1 month to the next, recognizing them, giving them the raffle ticket. This is a little copy of the actual raffle tickets that they made, that the students will sign and put into the bin, into the office for the drawing. So I'm excited about it, I'm looking forward to it. We'll definitely take some pictures when that happens to share with the board, and obviously to share on the website and social media. This is a hashtag, I'm not a hashtag guy, but if you are a hashtag guy or gal, you can hashtag that out for the attendance rebound, just to draw attention to it and get the students excited and get the sites excited to motivate kids to be in school, because we know that that's where they need to be. And if you notice on one of the, well, it's hard to see on that little flyer, but it talks about the fact that 80% of success is showing up. We've got to get them through the door, right, in order for them to be successful and teach and learn and move them forward with their academics and with their social emotional development. So this is the campaign. You'll be hearing more about it, and we'll be sharing information at future board meetings. I should have brought a basketball right there. I could have hit a shot at the buzzer, but I didn't think about it.
You wanna say something?
I have a question about the attendance in regards to the COVID when they're
Right.
out on quarantine. Do they still get credit if
So, yeah, you're right. So what happens is when they submit the work, right, so they're out, they have whatever 10 days is or whatever it may be, and they have the work. Once they submit the work, then we get that ADA. It's just like in the old days, remember the independent study contracts? It's the same concept.
and then they qualify, I'm thinking for the student, they qualify for.
Absolutely, yeah, because they're out, by no choice of their own.
Okay, and tardies. So if a kid is always 10 minutes late, that's not gonna be considered a tardy under Ed Code.
Right, it has to
So,
be up to 30 minutes.
right, so how does that get calculated?
So, we've gone back and forth on this. I mean, I have my opinion, and I'm just one guy, one old principal, former
I know,
principal.
I'm sure your opinion is the same as mine.
Well, I don't know, I don't know. So my opinion is that if the student is showing up, and they're a little bit late, I still wanna recognize them. Now, we've had that debate, actually, Jen, I think back in the day, you and I probably had this discussion when we were teaching at Mays together. But nonetheless, I think that that's a discussion that we need to have that some of the principals have been asking. But at the end of the day, what I think is important is that we motivate the kids, we inspire the kids, we recognize the kids. And then if there's a student that's continually tardy, we have that discussion. Adelina does a great job and Alejandra does a good job in my office with connecting with those students where there's excessive tardies. Because that's important to get there on time. I agree it's important to get there on time.
Well, I would do the one where that would be something that they could work for to get a ticket,
An improvement.
an improvement.
Yeah.
So to me, that's where they could win.
That's right.
As it would be, yeah, and that's where they would get the chance and show it as an improvement.
I like it.
Because we know that most kids, it's the parent that is the reason that they're late.
Mhm.
And it's hard to punish a kid because of the parent, but they still would get an awesome chance if they can get themselves.
To improve. Yeah, I agree.
Yes,
In the talking to it, I just want to make sure that when we're advertising to the kids and the teachers, that we're emphasizing that part you put about, like, if you're home and you're doing the work, you're still gonna get credit for being in school, so that we're not encouraging someone who's feeling under the weather, but who's highly competitive to come to school. So
Or
that they
green
win the
basketball.
prize, but they get everybody sick, right? And I mean, that's colds, that's COVID, that's flu, whatever. So, I mean, if there's a way that in the messaging,
Yes.
you can emphasize that health is most important,
Right.
and that there are other ways to still get in the, you know, make sure you are gonna win, or have a possibility to win,
Certainly.
so.
Yeah, we can do that. Good point.
Yeah, that was my daughter. She was like, Mommy, I'm gonna miss. I'm like, babe, you can't go. There was an exposure, like.
And it's a way to talk about how we care for others
Right.
as well as ourselves, right?
Yeah.
That you can
Yeah, it's a
work-
lesson we can teach
Yeah,
to that.
yeah, yeah.
Cause I know the parents are getting it, cause I have a coworker who has a child in Hollister School District, she's like, I'm getting these, you know, messages, and it's like, but my kid goes to school every day, I'm not sure why I'm getting the message, and then she, you know, I heard it, and I said, well, that's just our campaign. You know, I'm like, it's,
That's
you
good,
know,
it's
she's
working,
like,
you're
are we
talking
having
about it."
issues with attendance? No, it's just our campaign. We just want, you know, to get folks to understand,
Right.
you know, it's important for our kids to be at school every day. But again, you know, on Lisa's point is, you know, these are different times right now. And yes, we understand attendance is important, but
Finding that balance.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Ward.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay,
Thank you
thank you
very
very much, Mr. Ward.
Thank you.
And your helpers.
Yes.
Good.
Okay, Erin, Prop 39 and field work restoration.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi.
It's nice to get up and stretch the vocal cords here. So tonight I have a couple of reports to give to the board. Looks like I'll roll from one into the next one. So we'll start with the Proposition 39. The Proposition 39 is the California Clean Energy Program for public school facilities. And what this is it's an expenditure plan, and it was put together for the district here in fiscal year 15-16 for Hollister School District. The first report, which I was not involved in, was given in 16-17. And the Proposition 39 is basically money that was spent for specific facilities projects. So this report is on Prop 39, Energy Expenditure Plan Update. Go ahead and get started here. All Proposition 39 projects have been completed at all sites and all funding has been expended. All the monies that were available for the district from Proposition 39 for all sites, so all projects at all sites, and all that money has been expended. Hollister School District is in compliance with all reporting requirements and have completed yearly reporting to the CEC, that's the California Energy Commission, that's that acronym. So the district, from basically the time that the district had received the monies and put the plan into effect, has had to report and be compliant with this entity with all projects that were slated to be done at that time or during the time that they were put into effect, basically, or the inception of each one of them. A final project completion report is going to be submitted to the California Energy Commission 12 months after all the projects have been completed, and the last project was completed in June of this year. That was at Rancho San Francisco School. There were some LED lights that were purchased back some time ago, and we were able to finish that project and do all LED upgrade lighting, interior as well as exterior, and stadium lighting at Rancho San Francisco School. Yes, question?
Are there any other schools still that need LED upgrades that I know we didn't get to?
Yeah, I'll get to that slide, yes,
Okay.
to answer your question. Good question. So here we are, Proposition 39 money was used for specific facilities projects for installation of the following. So we have interior and exterior LED lighting. I found in my research of all this stuff and having to go back that the majority, if not all of the schools have gotten all exterior LED lighting installed. Interior LED lighting is a different story. There were specific schools that were selected at that time to be done, and those specific schools were completed LED. But to answer your question, yes, there are some that are still needed. So, but again, the exterior LED lighting, which is at the time, if I were one who was making those decisions, I would go for exterior lighting to start, because it's important to illuminate the exterior of our buildings and make sure for safety concerns, in the evenings and any other time. But yeah, so there are some that are still left to be done, and I can present those at another time if you'd like, and we can talk and discuss that in a little bit more detail. Smart thermostats, this is the Pelican system thermostats that were installed at all the schools. I think there was one that didn't, I believe it was Lad Lane, but we're in the process of looking into that and seeing what we can do to upgrade that school as well. But the majority, most all of our other schools had received those smart T-stats, and that's helped tremendously because we can monitor that, from the comfort of our laptop or our computers. So it's a pretty up-to-date smart system. As well as the cool roof product material that was installed at R.L. Hardin particularly. That was a material that was put on the top of the roof for exposure to the sun. It's basically an insulating material that keeps that school cool. I think that school was built back in 1948 or something. So it's it was in need of that kind of an upgrade to its roof, because insulation does a lot for our schools, for our homes, as we know. Any questions? Total Proposition 39 expenditure amount was $1,190,686 in total. And you can see, as I've mentioned, put down here for the board and for all to benefit all of the schools and all the money that was allocated or money that was spent for each one of those schools. So you can tell the amount of stuff, I guess, that was done at each school. Sierra Vista being, one of the ones that got a lot as well. R.L. Hardin, you could see that cool roof that was installed because of the amount of money that was spent there. So total amount of funds were spent at each facility. You see each and every facility mentioned there, with the exception of Rancho Santana School, since it's the newest school that we have in the district, which got all the up-to-date, upgraded, newest stuff. And you'll find that for each one of these schools, the total amount, it equals to the dollar $1,190,686. So the money was spent the way that it should have been spent properly, and it was all spent. Let's see, I think that was my last slide. It was. So, we find that the money was spent in year 20, or the 1920, and so that would mean for 2021, there's no more money. So, and again, just to let everybody know, the last project that was complete was Rancho San Justo School, and then we'll submit basically to our consultant, which is AMBAG, and they'll help us with submitting all the documentation properly and put it all in place so that we can close out this whole process of Proposition 39. Any questions?
So if we do the maze lighting and the fields for maze, is that the only field that we still have to do?
No, we don't. We have Rancho San Justo as well as Maze.
So we have to do Rancho's field, Maze's field, and the lighting for Maze, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. The lighting project for Maze, which is what we did at Rancho, essentially we did all of the upgraded LED lighting interior as well as the stadium lighting there, of course, because it was available to do. Rancho would be, Maze would be a whole separate situation, which would be implementing a whole new stadium lighting situation there. But yes, to answer your question, Maze is the next lighting project that would be slated to do. And that's something that's also in the board packet this evening.
On the question of the fields, I remember our previous superintendent, Ochoa, had mentioned when you all had the plan of the fields, right, that it was like already a plan in place. So, with the money now zero, how is that gonna happen?
So we're talking two different
Different.
funding sources,
Okay.
right? Okay, so that, good segue into my next report here. So, facilities fields restoration update. This has to do with all of our questions that have to do with our fields. There, we got a little bit of overlap there, but that's okay. So current status and cost to date of facilities fields. So the total cost impact for HydroSeed, this is just the HydroSeed at selected fields. Now, I went and did some research and we found that with previous administration, the board did approve the hydroseeding of all the fields back in January 26th of this year. And we're looking at a total amount of money of $88,768 to do all of the fields there. All right, this was Calaveras Field, this was R.O. Hardin Field, this was Rancho Intertrack Large Field, as well as Mays Intertrack Large Field. So all that money that was approved at that time was to complete all these fields for hydroseeding. All right, Calaveras Grass Play Field was completed in February of this year. That cost $7,900. R.O. Hardin Grass Play Field was completed in March of this year. That cost $22,080. Rancho Intertrack Field was completed in March of 21. And there's an asterisk there because we only did the inner part of the track.
Right.
So we were invoiced and we only spent $9,660 for that particular field. Okay. Mays also, I have that information because the slide seems to be cut off there. Let me get that for the board here. Well, let's go to the next slide. So the facilities grass fields that are yet to be completed, we have Mays. This will give a better picture as to what we spent at Mays. I think it was in the range of about $10,000 that we had already spent for the Mays, the Marguerite Mays inner track field. So there would be an asterisk next to that as well. So this is a slide showing that the fields that are to be completed and the cost that's projected, and then these are tentative completion dates because of weather and whatever else may come up, and then I'll explain, why that would be. But Rancho Large Grass Field completion, we're projecting a tentative date of March of 22. Okay, and I'll explain at the end of this discussion why that would be and why it would be most beneficial. But we're looking at a total cost left to complete that large field of $22,000. So that gives us a total of $31,832 all in for for Rancho Large and inner track, correct? Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mays Large Grass Field, we're looking at a completion date of April of next year. That would cost us $15,500, okay? And the total all-in cost for that field is $26,956. All right? And then of course the intention, that I put here is to avoid the cold months if possible, because what that allows us to do is to achieve, germination of the fields and seed sprout in 5 to 7 days. If you wait any longer, it usually takes about 10 to 14 days in the colder months, which kind of throws everything out of whack. You want seed to germinate and to start growing within that week, 5 to 7 days. It just has really good growth. And a testament to that is drive by R.O. Hardin Field. We did R.O. Hardin in March, and R.O. Hardin is pristine. Not to take anything away from any other schools, because they're fantastic as well. But you could see, and it has to do with the soil, what's in the soil and what's going on there. But again, I'm going to use that model moving forward because I want each one of our fields to look just as nice as R.O. Hardin does. Okay? And we're in the process of doing that, we have different schools in different areas of the district, as we know. We have the west side, that has a little bit different weather and climate than the east side does, So the optimal time for hydroseed would be early spring. So that's the idea, that's moving forward, wanting to do these schools in those months of next year. So it makes most sense to me, and I hope it makes most sense to everyone else, but So that's where we're at. With that, is there any questions regarding,
Just the lighting on Maze, what would the lights be?
are we talking the interior LED and the interior LED update?
Mhm.
Yeah, so that is part of the packet. It's part of a consent item that's in there from the Green Energy Solutions Group. I can speak on that now if you'd like, or we could speak on that when we
Oh,
get
that's
to
in the
that,
consent item.
that item.
Yeah.
However,
Generally, if we pull one of the consent
Uh-huh.
items
Right,
for
right,
discussion, then we can talk
Yeah.
about it, but otherwise we would just approve it without discussion.
okay, so if you'd like to speak on that, I can do it.
No,
during
we'll,
the time. Okay.
We have to discuss the whole thing, so.
Great. Any questions about fields, updates, restoration? I wanna add and make sure that the board is aware of the labor that's being put into these fields. We are not hiring any outside agencies, we're not hiring any outside contractors to do any of this work. This is all done in-house.
Mhm.
These are all of our grounds crew that are completing these jobs with the equipment that we have. And I'll have you know that it takes probably about a good 2 to 4 weeks with a field that size because of now our I guess expertise or our the fact that we've already been to one of the largest fields in the district at R.L. Hardin. I know how long it's gonna take and I know the effort that it takes that they need to put into actually making
Yeah, for the.
the groundwork and getting it prepared to receive the hydro seed because it has to be prepared.
Yeah.
And it has to be done right and it takes time to do that. So
Yeah, the fellas did a great job.
yes, thank you, they did. They'd be happy to hear that. So that would mean that the department would have to prepare in the month of February,
Mhm.
right, in order to be able to hydro seed in early spring March.
Yeah.
So it would take them about a good 4 to 5 weeks to do a field of that magnitude and that size. And it's gonna be a little bit of shifting and movement because it's difficult because we have 6 personnel that also have maintenance to do at our facilities. So we have some equipment to do it, we have the manpower to do it, it's just gonna take a little bit of management on my part, which is what I do best.
I think, comment, I just wanna say, yes, the fields look beautiful, the kids, everybody's, commenting on it, and I'm just thinking, hopefully, cause you're saying February in 5 weeks, that there's a plan if it interferes with any sports or, if we're doing Maze and Rancho, those are our middle school.
They are,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a little bit of
gonna be a-
consideration and really brainstorming it, thinking if that's gonna be the best time.
So Rancho Santana, where you at?
Yeah.
Let us use your field.
Yeah, let me add also that the department is really excited to do projects like these, especially our grounds crew. It's, they're able to show off, their expertise and what they know how to do and what they wanna do. I would say that, facilities maintenance on fields gets a little monotonous, right? Because they know where they're gonna go every day of the week and it's the same every week. So to do something like this is a treat for the department, for the director, and for the grounds crew. So I appreciate what the board did back in January of 21 of this year, allowing us to do this, a project like this. And of course, it does extend out to every single, not only student in the district that
The
attends
community.
those schools, but all of the folks in the city that use those fields. Because Elizabeth, you're right, Rancho and Carla, Maze and Rancho get used a whole lot. They do. We're finding that in civic permits right now. That they're just filling up. Once you open it up, it's like everybody's pinging the system and wants to get.
But we have we have a safety issue too, the fields at Rancho and Maze have so many holes from the gophers and the
Which is
squirrels,
why-
the ground squirrels, so we have to take
We
care of it.
have to take care
That was one of the things that was most necessary in doing these fields, was because of all the gopher
Yeah,
activity
well,
and just eradicating them.
And well, the holes, I mean, it's a real safety issue for anybody who's running on those fields, so I look at it as a safety issue as well. Is this an action item? No,
The report.
it's just a report, so.
Go ahead, Liz.
So, I know over the summer, with the drought and everything else that we were going through, but I know it's important, green space is important for kids. And, you know, many times the school districts are the only green space, you know, that a community may have. But, you know, in just driving around, you know, I did notice a lot of just dry spots. And that was, I wasn't sure if that was just our system, our sprinkler systems not being up to par, or the actual, you know, because I know a lot of them are on systems, and I don't know if that at each site is up to date, you know, or can be, you know, remotely accessed, because many times, I mean, ideally you want to irrigate early in the mornings, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, so that we can get the most moisture in the ground, right? Versus in the middle of the day. Because I know I've driven by, since I live by Rancho, I see the sprinklers on, you know, early in the afternoon, and I thought, okay, you know, that just doesn't make sense. Or because I know where you seated by Park Street, it just, we kind of, I don't know if we just didn't irrigate enough, but we will probably need to redo that piece again on that side. But, so those were just some of the concerns to making sure, I mean, because these are huge investments, and making sure that they're being irrigated, and if we have issues of dryness, that, you know, we're either addressing either with our sprinkler systems or adding more water or doing whatever it is that we need to do. But, because that for sure is, you know, and even like a plan for your gophers, or making sure those don't creep back in and start destroying, you know, the huge effort and investment, you know, the district has put in.
Absolutely, thank you for bringing that up. So I'm going to speak to that if I can. So yeah, so the crew, the grounds crew on the regular usually goes out to the sites, and our lead grounds goes out to the sites, and he's in charge of basically, you know, monitoring the sprinkler system. At each one of the sites that we did all the new hydro seeding, what we did was we put either new sprinkler heads in, you know, and so, I mean, that was one of our, you know, our kind of a, you know, I don't know what to call it, it's more of a, one of those hot ticket items, you know what I mean? Like, we gotta make sure the sprinklers are covering the areas that they're at and all this. So all of our new hydro seeded schools, you know, were definitely, there was time that was taken into going and looking at each one of those sprinkler heads and making sure that they were, you know, watering properly. And then of course, you know, there's constant monitoring each one of the sites, and the water cycle just, it seems to change based on the need of each school. So you might find that some of it's watering, you know, during the middle of the day, some in the evening, and most of them happen in the evening or early morning. We've had to cut that back because of activity at the sites now, but it's a constant thing that we're constantly going out and monitoring and checking and making sure that what's happening should be happening, and the schools are getting watered properly. Now, Park Street's a little bit of a different situation. That had nothing to do with our hydro seed purchase. That was something that was done in-house, and because of this very large tree that's there, there's very little sun that gets to that area. So we're in the process, which we've already been doing, is going to each one of the sites and looking for areas that we can do a different kind of scaping in those areas, rather than having grass. Maybe do a nice planter, mulch, ground cover type, you know, with some decorative bushes or something like that. So we're already in the process of doing that. And so we've been aware, but thank you for bringing that up. That is something that's important to notice for each one of our sites for curb appeal.
Yeah, the curb appeal is especially for new people coming into the community, you know, buying the new homes. Of course, they're gonna start driving around to see where their kids are gonna go to school, and, you know, the outside is the first thing they see. And so I know, in trying to minimize whatever spaces we can, you know, also, like you said, you know, if we don't need grass, let's try to put something else that's drought resistant, that's, you know, let's not just assume we go back to, especially if you're inside where the space is small, you know, and being creative. And then the trees, like you mentioned, there's just trees that need to go. And I know there were some people before that was like, oh my God, but this tree's been here 50 years. Yes, we can see the root system, you know, that it's destroying our parking lot or whatever. You know, we just need to make certain decisions that are the best for, you know, our facilities and the duration of, you know, of our things, that we just need to make sure if things need to be removed for whatever reasons, that they get, you know, we don't need a tree specialist, to come out and say, you need to cut this one down, you need to cut this. I think our guys are very, very smart to know what makes sense and what doesn't anymore, and really to try to minimize, even for them, what's doable and what isn't. Because, we added a whole nother school, more grass and more to do, and our guys are still sick, so, it's just trying to figure out what, like you said, just going out there to see what we can do to help them out as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. Any more questions? No? Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I need a motion, if we're going to accept the consent items, or if somebody wants to pull a consent item, this would be the time. And I advise people to look at the email that our superintendent sent to us this afternoon. That answered many of our questions. Superintendent Sanchez, it looks like the answers, we don't have to pull any, correct? Yeah.
We attempted as a cabinet team.
Right, it looks like everything's been answered, so,
So make a motion to approve consent items?
yes, and I'll second it. Yes,
I had just that one question about whether there was another payment to, under the contracts under 15,000.
Yeah.
Was it part of, the email, there was a question in regards to, under the $15,000, contract amount for a specific vendor.
Yes.
So to date, there has not been anything paid. That's simply listing, seeking the board's approval tonight for that dollar amount as the entirety of the contract. There is an invoice pending, it's about $800 and so, dollars. I don't remember the exact amount, but I
Okay,
can
so
put it in
this
the,
is the annual amount,
this is the total amount of the contract.
right, okay,
Yeah, we have not billed it, or the vendor has not billed anything yet,
okay,
so we haven't paid anything yet.
okay, that's what I was, because I could have sworn I'd already seen it somewhere, so.
I think it sits on that, $15,000 spreadsheet every month, so it's gonna stay there
Oh,
until
I
we
see.
exhaust it. Yes.
All right, got it. Okay, that was the only question I had, so.
yeah. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 5-0. All right, let's go to 12A. This is a discussion action item, and it's our favorite thing, unaudited actuals. And is Anna gonna go through this with us, or is Lisa, or what are we doing here?
We have Anna in queue, she will be joining us via Zoom.
Okay. Since we just got this one, can somebody tell us what page to find the reserves at? Help us find that, please.
So the first, I believe, 2 pages on mine is the colorful pages with the columns. There's 3 columns, 2021 estimated actuals, 2020, 2021 unaudited actuals.
What page are we on?
The very first.
Page
It's
one through two.
the first page after the title page.
For whatever reason.
I'm wondering if it's
The updated one? The September 28th on the front? Okay.
Is it a thick? There's about 96 pages good. Diana?
Hi, Anna.
Hi,
Yep, we can see you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the original question, Anna, this is Erica, is where would we find the reserve balance? President Grist was requesting that information. We went to the page that says Hollister ESD unaudited actuals. It has 3 columns. The second column is highlighted in green, that says 2021 estimated. The middle column's purple, and so on. So that's where we're getting to.
Yes. Well, why don't you go through your PowerPoint and then we'll look at this.
You should, yes. Yep, in just a second. It's ready to go.
Yes. Yes.
Brandon, they can't.
You can't hear?
They can't hear.
Sorry, one second.
The public.
YouTube, the public
They
can't
said
hear.
they could see the presentation, but they can't hear.
Right, one second.
should I repeat?
You're good now.
Should I repeat what I said earlier?
Go ahead.
You can just start where you're at.
Okay, so we'll just cover, I have approximately 10 slides and we'll just cover really quickly some of these components of the unaudited actuals. And we'll get to that slide where we discuss how we ended up the year with what ending balance and the components of that. So basically, we'll go through the revenue, through the expenditure. We'll go through what type of components of revenue there are, the schedule of contributions from the general fund. We'll cover some comparisons and estimated actuals. So what you're going to see is the unaudited actuals really focuses on closing the book so that we know exactly how you end up, so that we know what ending fund balance becomes now our beginning balance for the new fiscal year. So what we're going to talk about is back when the budget was adopted, you saw the estimated actuals. And now you're going to see the comparison between the two, estimated actuals versus unaudited actuals. Then we'll get to questions. Just enrollment continues to do better than earlier projected. COVID funds remain, and some are carried over, not many. And the CDE, California Department of Education, is getting later, actually a little while ago that we're going to defer a lot of these revenues so that you wouldn't see a huge inflated ending fund balance, restricted balance of these funds. Your spending plan for the new ESSERS funding is going to go before you in the next October meeting. And reserve for economic uncertainties for the school district is 3% minimum level. And of course, there's always recommendation to increase that reserve and establish our higher reserve. That's always a recommendation because we never know when there's going to be a loss of revenue funding. The component factors, some of them are the average daily attendance, ADA, which the funded attendance is 5,315, and it's comparable, pretty much the same as the year prior. Due to COVID, there's a whole harmless so that you don't lose that same revenue. Property taxes that were received in the fiscal year were $16 million, and that was a slight decrease of $555,000 from the year before. COVID funds, again, you receive versus spent is what we're having to close the books, knowing that whether you receive them, whether they owe you, whether you have expended them. Other components that we see every year are the lottery. You received $1.3 million in lottery funds on restricted lottery and restricted lottery. Mandated cost block grant, you also received approximately $170,000 of that. This is your general fund revenue budget. Combined, restricted and unrestricted, $77 million. And the LCFF revenue of the 53 million includes the education protection account. That's the EPA. We must expend those in certificated salaries and benefits. And you'll see that you received almost $11 million of that, and it was expended in those areas, certificated salaries and benefits. This is a pie chart, percentages on how that revenue is distributed. And this includes the expenditures of your restricted and unrestricted, and these are both combined, and that is $73 million. Now, it's important to note that 81% of the general fund expenditure goes towards salaries and benefits. This shows you the percentage of that same expenditure totals. And for contributions that come out of the general fund unrestricted, mostly goes towards the special ed education and the routine maintenance account. And that was a total of $13 million. Now, this is a summary. We'll go to another slide that has the details, and then we'll go to the bottom line. This also shows those ending balances. So again, we're comparing the 2020-21 estimated actuals with the unaudited actuals, not that we closed the books. And you can see that your total revenues and expenditures is what I just covered under the unaudited actuals. Those are the slides, the previous slides that you saw. And the ending fund balance for this is, for the unaudited actuals, is pretty much 9.5 for unrestricted, and the restricted 2.1, which we have to reserve for just restricted programs. So a combined ending fund balance of almost $12 million. But the general fund is the $9.5 million. I guess I can cover here the ending fund balance components, what we had at estimated actuals versus how we ended the year and what we designated those funds. And you will see that non-spendable revolving cash, $21,000, restricted funds, we reserve that restricted balance. Education technology programs, we have been having that in, I think, all year round. We've been putting that there just for future educational technology. Then you received lots of one-time funding, but that remains there until we're told otherwise. The other assignment is another area that we left there from the last budgets, which was for salaries and benefit due to negotiations and changes that are happening now in the certificated, classified, and your bargaining units schedules. So that's just reserved for that. And then we have the 3% for economic uncertainty. And we have other, which is the unassigned. And that unassigned, if we're looking at the unaudited actuals, is 5.52%. Let's see. And then on the right columns, the last three columns, we have the comparison. And pretty much is what changed in those areas. And we'll go through that on the next slide. This is the same. The previous one was a summary. This is more of a continuation of that, but this shows you the details. And again, it's the estimated actual versus the unaudited actuals. And the unaudited actuals is what we want to focus on. It's more detailed, the federal revenue, state, local, all of your expenditures, the ending fund balance, the contributions. And again, you see that $9.5 million as ending fund balance in the general fund. And just to tell you what changed on those right-hand side columns, we have on the next slide, we pretty much, the A, B, and C are revenue, and the rest will be the expenditures. So I'm going to show you that on the next slide. And pretty much we adjusted salary revenues. We reconcile the LCFF revenues, which include EPA property taxes, and that's why there was a slight change. State and federal COVID revenue tracking was changed by CDE at the last minute, resulting in more deferral rather than carryover. Savings in other state revenue due to the spending of COVID revenue. Unspent COVID funds are carried over. So you will see a lot of that we didn't spend it because you're going to spend it in the following year and the current year now. We also have benefits and salaries. That was a major change, and that is due to actual cost again of benefit, but also we at the end of the year, we always have to book a what's called STRS on behalf, and that looks like it increases the benefit. So that's always at year end that we have to do that. It's a requirement. Materials and supplies, again, actual costs using one-time funds. And the unrestricted budget savings due to the distance learning and carryover of COVID dollars to the current year. And in addition, there was restricted programs that did not require additional contribution because you had the one-time funding. Here is a closer picture of your ending fund balance and the allocations of that $9.5 million. Again, the same items that we covered earlier. And the next steps, what are the next steps? The auditors will be auditing your financial statements. This audited actual will be audited by them. And you want to see an opinion that it's, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to are above present fairly in all material respects, and the respective financial position of the governmental activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the district as of June 30th, 2021. That's the opinion of the auditors, external auditors that you want to hear. And I believe that the business office is working with your auditors now. And they have already completed their field work, which happens in the spring. And now they're going to come back and do additional work to audit the unaudited actuals. And then what happens after that is if there is anything that needs to change, they will give us those changes. They will prepare the audit report. We'll bring it to you in January or February. And we are going to use those final ending balances as your beginning balances for the budget, which will come to you in December as the first interim report. the business office is currently working on that now. And that's it for the presentation of the numbers. Any questions?
The only discrepancy that I saw from your PowerPoint, this is Elizabeth Martinez, Anna.
Okay,
On one of your slides, it said the other outgo on the slide. The one before that? Before that one?
Nope.
Because I think it was on her, at the beginning of her slides. She had a different number.
okay, and I apologize for that if it's a typo. You will see the numbers from your actual financial system in the SACS forms.
Right, because you had, I think it was, yeah, other outgo. I think it was,
Okay.
yes, whoops.
Other outgo right here.
This one's really hard to see it, but I know in the beginning slides that you had 1,612,043, but I think on your slide you had something different. So I wanted to make sure which number is the accurate number. Right there. Oop. Okay, yes. So right there you have 1,500,301, but on the report you have 1,612,43.
And I believe that's the net of the outgo lines, because one is negative, the other one is positive, and it would be the net. One, if you look at other outgo under combined purple columns, you will see 1.612 minus the 141 is that number that you saw in the previous one. It's the net of the two.
Got it. And is the contribution, that was also different from your slides to restricted? You have 13,159,880.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if it was different on your slide.
This slide?
The one before that.
This one?
Is that the combined so the contributions to restricted, on the spreadsheet, it says 13,159. But on the one that you had, that one there is 13,057,000.
Okay, this is the correct one. That one, 13,159.
Okay.
Let me just make sure that maybe plus the 13,159. Right, that's the correct one. And on your SACS forms, it also has the 13,159. Thank you for pointing that one out.
Anna, this is Jan Grist.
Yes.
Looking at this page, and I'm in the purple column, and I'm at the very last lines, and it has for unrestricted, the last line says that is 9,529,883 as an ending balance, a fund balance. And that's unrestricted. And then restricted is 2,148,490. And then the combined is 11,678,373.
Yes.
So this means that this 11,578,373. So that is our reserve that we're starting then. I mean, that's the money that we have extra for next year that we're starting July 1st with?
That would be your ending balance, your ending fund balance, which you will start the beginning balance as a beginning balance on your
Right.
first enrollment.
So that's 10.97%?
Well, sorry, I do not see the bottom because of the sharing of the PowerPoint.
Okay, but
Well,
that's what
that-
your previous number said that. So what I'm asking is that, so we have a total amount of money of 10.97% of our money is in the piggy bank. Yes or no?
I'm not sure I understand your question. That is the ending fund balance, but then you distribute it by the designations that you see at the bottom.
Yes.
And some of them are required, like those are restricted. You cannot touch that. So you reduce the 11 by that.
Right. I understand that. We can't use that monies, but we still have it there though to be used for what it's supposed to be used for.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. This one right here. Well, that's why I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Okay, so, yeah, because on the very next page, Anna.
Yeah.
If we look at the green unaudited actuals, and it's a half page, and it's the middle, we have those same numbers, but you have a 5.52%.
Yes, because that is the unassigned, the unappropriate, what's left out of the 11 million. You have to expend it in those areas, right? All of those that's listed underneath that ending balance description. And what's left to as unassigned, it hasn't been assigned, it hasn't been designated for anything, it's 5.52. That's all that you could really use for other things that are not assigned. Everything else is assigned and you cannot touch.
So the 4,046,103, that's what you're looking at, is what is it that's carrying over that doesn't have a designation for it?
4 million.
Yeah, the 4 million.
Yeah, I think that's our confusion, because we're looking at the big numbers and not taking away from what's already been.
So in theory, in cash, we are rolling, so our beginning balance will become 11,678,000. However, we have those 4 things that we have
to allocate
first. So the 4 million is truly what we're rolling over that's available to use.
That's unassigned.
Unassigned,
unrestricted. So then we really have 5.52%.
Right.
Yes, that's
Now, where in this do we see the other 2 years out?
We don't, not on
That's
this
at
one.
the interims and at
Oh,
budget
okay.
development.
Alright.
This is just going over.
Yeah, it's
how
just
we-
what
Okay, we don't
said
have
we
to
were
show
gonna do,
that.
but
All right.
what we actually did, yeah.
Okay.
I could tell you that I was looking at the last budget that you approved, the 45-day, and that I believe had an estimated ending balance of 4 million. And that was before we closed the books. Now that you have this $9.5 million, that will take its place of that 45-day budget revision. And that's why the first interim is important that you see it, because you'll see that change, that ending balance change.
Now, Anna, Elizabeth Martinez again. Question is on the property taxes. I think why, because I mean, we know our property taxes go up every year. How that could possibly have gone down knowing how many homes we have. It just seems odd to me that property taxes, or is it because of COVID that we
Right.
that some of the taxes
Payment.
were deferred payment,
The
you know,
people
out.
paying their property taxes, we don't have control over, so there are the property tax values. But because of COVID and so what we actually receive are the property taxes once they're paid. The county is supposed to give us a certain percentage of those unpaid ones, and it could be that that's possibly what's.
So do we track, like, cause I know we've learned the hard way.
Yes,
Of knowing what that actual number should be versus what we're getting, so that we know what we're entitled to.
and what Anna was saying, so for doing this, she had to use what we knew at the time of the 45-day revise.
Right, yes.
After that, the county did provide us with updated property tax information, but that's not in these unaudited actuals because
Right.
so that will help, just kind of like our enrollment is still kind of based on the old, because we're still looking right now for 2021.
Okay.
The new information did come in, which will be seeing that first interim. Is that is that correct, Anna?
Yes, that's accurate. Thank you for saying that.
Okay.
And we don't, this doesn't,
This is discussion action, so
Right.
action is needed.
but this doesn't, with the other income that we get,
The next ISRA or?
no,
Ezra?
the other, the thing we took on from the county,
The assessor fees?
the fees, yeah, the.
Developer fees?
I'm sorry, oh my gosh.
So right now, yes, Anna's speaking only to Fund 1, because that's the general unrestricted fund that we
Okay.
have available
Okay,
for use in the district. The
Okay.
other funds of 21, 20, Fund 13, 21, 25, they are in the SACS forms,
okay,
but because those aren't general unrestricted dollars, they do have a certain purpose that we have to use
okay.
and their own rules that
Yes.
don't show, they are not.
They're
part of
not
this.
on here,
Yeah,
okay,
They are not
all right,
part of these revenues.
okay.
Does anybody else have any more questions for Anna?
Thank you.
Boy, this has been a unbelievable experience.
No, I was gonna, move to, approve the 2021 unaudited actuals.
Have a second?
Second,
Okay, all those, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? 5-0.
Thank
thank
you.
you, Anna.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Too.
Oh, my goodness. Talk about Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
Yes.
What'd you say?
Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, Alice in Wonderland. Ah, yes.
Yeah, the-
Yeah.
Yeah, that was written by a mathematician.
Oh,
Yes.
really?
Yeah.
Who felt the ups and downs in the room?
Oh, man.
Yeah, there's a reason I didn't like that. Okay. We need now to go to 12B. And it is Mrs. Calero. Where am I here?
So this is the revisit of the board policy and administrative regulations on independent studies to update it so that it is compliant with the new regulations for long-term independent study.
Yes.
So I just
This is
provided,
the final draft.
right, but I don't, my role is not to eliminate strike-throughs, but just to try to make it clear.
Right, right.
The color coding helps them.
Yeah.
So So to see it in color makes it clearer.
And this captures all of the new language in ed code?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're to look at the other, districts and such, it's very, very similar.
Because I know we had questions about it having something about the high school and other things
Yeah,
that
and
were,
I think that was because it was in black and white.
yeah. Did you have any questions?
Well,
on this?
yeah, I did. Did this one get answered? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They brought it before us one time.
No, it was are you talking about the one that
The
just didn't
suspension,
sound
yeah,
clear?
yeah.
So
Yeah.
section 9, you had a question about section 9, that, we looked at the ed codes that are referenced, I believe.
Yeah.
Is it page 190 maybe?
Yeah, it is page 196.
196, number 9.
So we looked at that particular language.
Right.
And what it is that it gives students a choice. It's not forcing students that are either suspended or expelled into distance learning, independent study. But it's giving them a choice. This template language is very similar to language, if not identical, that all states or all districts across California have been adopting because of the new assembly bill. And they're all similar. Carolyn and I looked at that particular section and the ed code earlier today to ensure that that was accurate.
And you probably answered this one too, but further down on that under course-based independent study, is that different than RISE?
That is RISE, that's just the technical language that the board policy assigns it. For
Okay.
us, internally, it's RISE.
Okay.
Good questions.
The new language is to really assure that students are not warehoused in an independent study, that they're encouraged to be engaged in class, whether it's from an expulsion or the current situation now. We really want to have students back into a classroom, so they talk specifically in the language, Jan, about classroom.
Okay,
Where
right.
classroom is in there.
Okay, and then it also, that second part on the RISE, it clarifies what our program is, right? To have that independent study.
And technically, it's the long-term independent study.
Okay,
Yeah, because there's two, there's the short term for when families go on vacation.
Right,
and
right.
We have a max of 30 days, I believe, right?
20.
Ours is 20.
Ours is 20, okay.
Can that be changed to 30, or is that just for high schools allows 30?
I would have to check. I want to verify that.
Okay, could you do that for us? Would that be all right?
To see if there's a language or law that.
That allow, because maybe they allow longer for high school students, I don't know.
Good question.
Especially,
You know myself, that
well,
question.
for, our migrant families that have a tendency to leave for the maximum time.
Because if we could pull that off, that would be great.
We did it, at the high school around winter time. There was a certain day they signed.
Yeah.
Because we would have to change our board policy if that's illegal, we'd have to change our board policy.
Yeah.
I'll let Eric know.
We'll let the board know.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn.
Do we need to make a motion to approve the new
Yes,
board policy?
yes, we
Okay.
do.
I make a motion that we approve board policy 6158, independent study, as mandated by AB 130.
I have a second. Kathy is a second. Any discussion? I think, Carla's a minister. All in favor? So 4-0. Okay, now this next one, page 216. This is on, this is Erin. Oh, this is you, sorry.
This is the discussion on facilities.
This is, yeah, yes, just discussion.
Okay.
So, for the board's request, we looked up information in regards to our previous facilities use agreements. We have two separate ones that kind of mesh together to make one big agreement with the city of Hollister. These agreements have been in place for quite some time, some dating back, decades. The last time that our board looked at these agreements or were presented with information in regards to the renewal or the expansion of agreements was in November and December of 2017. And these agreements incorporate the use of the public and the city of several of our schools. Each of the schools that's listed has a different end date in their facility use with the city. With that comes revenue that the city pays the district for the use of the facilities, and that money goes into Fund 40. And the revenue is earmarked specifically in the agreement for specific things. One of the items in the agreement is a Rancho field house. Some of the money goes towards maintenance of the fields. Some of the money also goes for, would be considered for a playground at Calaveras, AAA, Calaveras County Park, which has already been completed. There's another portion as well that was to be considered for upgrade to a playground at Sierra Vista. The agreement itself also indicates that we would create a facilities committee to oversee and to look at and to dialogue about the use of the facilities and to make, recommendations as to what the future of these agreements will be. At this time, if there's any specific types of questions from the board that I can answer, or, look into, this would be a really appropriate moment to let me know if there's something specific that you would like to direct us to do, or if you have questions that I can answer tonight or either look into.
Is there a committee?
I'm not aware of a committee, so I do not believe it exists, but it doesn't mean that we can't create one.
Have we received money from the city to build a field house?
Yes,
We did.
yes.
Has it been spent?
No.
I know plans were drawn. I know your predecessor had plans drawn and showed us, what that would look like. Because I think what he had mentioned was he was working with the city because of the development that was happening across the street, that they were gonna try to get some of those entities to kind of pay for that field house. Because it would, I don't know how he mentioned how, it's just a draw. Because it's such a used field, and to build a field house, this gives you more of a opportunity to kind of expand the use of different things. So we looked at the building itself, the bathrooms, if it would have a snack bar, how it would all look and how the layout would be and the entrance and et cetera. So I know there's plans out there, but just to give a little bit of content to the city use agreement. So all of these separate schools had a separate agreement. Every school had its own agreement. And each school, because depending on when the agreement took place, it would expire by a certain time. But with this one consolidated agreement, we consolidated all these schools into one agreement. So now it's not, this one expires, no. That basically keeps going unless we decide to cut those ties. So the existing expiration does not play into what our agreements are now. And that's what I wanted clarity on, because we have not had any of these meetings with the city since 2017. Because we had some really lively discussions with the city, because the objective at the time was to terminate some of the ones that were expiring. Because the cost and what we were getting in this collaborative, it was basically the district flipping the bill. And the abuse on the fields, the garbage, everything that we have this collaborative co-use, agreement it was putting more of a burden on the district and on our staff. And I didn't think it was fair. And so that's when the discussions started with the city as these were coming up to expire, the possibility of terminating them was something they were not looking forward to. Because then everything would basically be on our shoulders, but I don't know if it already is. And so those are what I want to renew those conversations, because again, we're an educational institution and we know the Civic Center Act and we're a public entity. But again, I want to make sure that this collaborative joint, agreement that we have really benefits both sides. And one side isn't being overly abused by the other, because that's what was going on, especially, even with our gyms. I want to be honest, I put a halt to all of that because, again, the abuse of our gyms and the lack of just our control, these are our facilities and we had no control over them. So the gates being open, being locked, the garbage, all of these things are still concerns. And I want to know what is ours, what isn't. What are we responsible for? What are they responsible for? And with Calaveras, I know they paid for the new playground. They put it in. We got it taken care of. But then the question is the gazebo ours or is that theirs? Do we maintain it? Do they maintain it? Because they rent it out. They make income from that. So again, what is our responsibility? Where is the division? So we want to make sure that delineation is clear, because I don't want our folks doing things that they should be doing.
And I think, so I just wanted to jump in. So we have been receiving funds from the city. There is a $300,000 that we receive each year.
And that was in the agreement.
Right, that was in the agreement. There's also the $30,000 that they add in addition, and then we have been contributing to that as well, and that's like.
The capital improvement fund.
Yes, right, so the 330. So I just wanted to clarify that not all of that money is sitting there, because we did use some of that money last year when I think Aaron went through on the fields and the equipment rentals and that, but there is still a large amount of money that's there. I think it would be good for us to have those conversations, because I think that the city, I know a couple of the things they're thinking these agreements are done and they've stopped with some of their services to us, so we need to reopen that.
Are you serious?
Well, I have a question about that, because, and forgive me if you guys already went over it, but on page 218, because it does look like it's an agreement for long-term, right?
Oh, yeah,
It
no,
says
this goes.
The annual fee increases $315.
Yep.
In 2022, and then so on.
Yeah, did we
It
get
keeps going.
$900,000 from them for the field house?
Not just for the field house, I mean, that was a piece of, we're
The
getting
agreement.
$300,000 from them every January, it comes to us from the city.
Well,
But
it
that's
says
just
lastly,
for all
the-
fields.
But it says lastly, the city approved by resolution to appropriate up to $900,000 for a new field house that will include ADA compliant restrooms, concessions, and storage at Rancho San Justo Sports Facility and a new play structure at Calaveras Park, period.
So I think what they're saying is they're agreeing to give us 300,000 for X, number of years.
I don't
And-
read it that way.
On page
Right, and then we
218.
also,
If you look at, Jen, at the agreement on, where the recitals start, I think it's 219, and you go to section G and H. On April 3rd, 2017, the Hauser City Council adopted resolution 2017-79 to transfer 400,000 to the district for the design and construction of one field house.
What page are you on?
220.
220 from the
Okay.
bottom. And then section H, it has the same, verbiage except for the adopted resolution 76, I believe, appropriating up to 500,000 for site improvements. So that, if you have the maximum amount there, altogether it would be 900,000.
Right.
So again, in section D, it highlights for you what the original dates of those agreements were with the city originally. So since we had separate agreements, that's when they were going to expire. But again, because we did one consolidated agreement, those no longer even exist. Now, we're in contract with the city for all of these sites for till
2042?
40, yes,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, yeah, it's.
Why did it go so long?
Don't get me started.
Sorry.
That wasn't my decision.
I wanna ask.
Okay, but the city did give us then $400,000
Well,
for
if that's what
this-
we wanted, that was my question, did
for
we
the
get?
field, and we got 400,000 for the field house?
I don't believe that it came specifically on that. I'd be happy to go back and look at that specifically that many years.
Yeah, so that
In 18, they're
resolution,
saying in 18 that we should have gotten that.
well, because the
400.
resolution that they passed was in April of 2017. It was an actual
April-
resolution
yeah,
approving
April
the transfer of
13th,
the 400,000.
Or April 3rd, yeah.
For the construction, design and construction of one field house at Rancho. So I wanna make sure if
Yeah.
we got the money,
We
what
have
did
to get
what
going
did your
here.
predecessor do with it, or is it just, I wanna make sure if we got it or we didn't, then, part of the agreement is to hold them accountable to the agreement. But again,
And us.
Right.
and that's why, this whole agreement is something that you have to get so,
Isn't it?
knowledgeable on, because there are little things on here that again, we need to just, that accountability piece, because if it's just 300,000 and we're like, okay, we gave you 300,000, you basically, everything else is, so we're not taking into consideration the cost of water, the cost of, all of the improvements, everything else those are the new conversations that need to be had with the city, because at the time, they felt 300,000 was going to be enough to maintain all of our fields and for their access to be able to utilize
Well,
them.
plus we've added a field.
But that's not on this contract, and I would not recommend that we add it.
Okay.
So
Plus
it
it's in the
sounds, I
county.
mean, it sounds to me like in reading it, that the reason that they extended it out as far as they did with the limited number is to avoid like inflation and other things like that. It saved them a bunch of money in the long run, because there's no COLA, right?
CPI to it, right?
Yeah, and that, and we agreed to that.
Wow.
We did, yes.
The other thing that we need to reference is, so this document that we're looking at was approved November 2017.
Right.
So then the second piece to this starts on page 241, and that was December 12th, and that should be 2017. So a month later, there was another presentation with another agreement. And on page 242, we go back to the dates on section D. It references the different agreements. The city and district entered the community recreation agreements for the development and use of recreational facilities. And again, a month later, the dates are still referenced with the different expiration dates. So I think that we as a team, as we move forward to create this committee, we need to really look at and understand the differences between these two documents and how they overlap, or if they overlap.
But it is the same document.
It's two separate board meetings, two separate documents.
This
It
one's
is.
fifth of December.
And it may have been that we had some discussion about certain pieces, but I don't know if the resolution had still come before the city council when we did ours. I don't know if one had come before the other. And so, we weren't sure, if I recall correctly, I don't know that the city had yet approved this agreement prior to it coming to us.
Well, it does reference on page 243, I and J, which is a continuance of the April 13th, or April 3rd, and then it goes and it refers to November 6th, 2017, and approving a master agreement between the city of Hollister and Hollister School District.
Because they hadn't
for the use of
approved
them. And then again on November 28th, 2017. it
Then we
approved another-
approved ours, yes.
Yeah, so I think that other verbiage is just to maintain the continuity of it with
Because
the
the contract
agreement
didn't
before,
change, yeah.
yeah.
But again, the terms of the agreement are basically, it was in effect, 1st of January 2018 and until, June 30th, 2032. Unless, a party in this master agreement gives notice to the other, giving them 180 days prior to the expiration of the term, it keeps revolving and it extends 5 years. So then it'll go to June 30, 2037, and if no party, cuts the agreement, it'll again, a second 5-year term. So the final would expire June 30th, 2042.
Well, can't we like say based on, first checking the money, but also this facility oversight committee that doesn't exist? Can we reach out to the city and be like, we're not even like following the contract?
Would it be the city planning commission or would it
Well,
be?
I mean, you could reach out to the city mayor, it's anybody, because we've had that transition to
Well, it's
those
a-
folks there
Yeah,
and
it's the city managers
and
who
our
we were
folks
dealing
here,
with.
and it just, it fell by the wayside, and, but again, to me, like the feasibility of the 300,000 going towards the Sierra Vista Playground, January 2019, I don't know that the city council even entertained the idea of putting those monies there for that. But again, that's why I think it's real important to, start up the facilities oversight committee and really
Yeah.
start looking at what our costs are for maintaining the fields.
Well, it says that here, developing and managing capital improvement fund, completing a biannual physical inspection. I mean, it
There's-
sounds great.
And that was our focus, is to really look at all that, but
You
again.
getting all this down, Aaron?
Yeah.
Right there, you don't even have to.
We are the committee, there's.
Yeah.
We're the committee. That's it.
So
That's what it
I
is.
wanna make sure, if they assume that the contract was over and our folks are flipping the bill and we're paying our folks to do their work, it's not okay. And even they're responsible for unlocking, locking gates. I mean, it's our fields, it's, things that we have to make sure, cause they used to have vehicles driving into the lawn, screwing up our lawn, our sprinkler systems.
Look at this number 4, shared costs. Upon execution, the city and district will contribute 5,000 to the CIF for each facility.
That was the 30,000 that she was talking
Oh, that's the
about,
extra.
that the capital gains,
Okay.
fund that.
Okay.
Then you work together with the city, with that little pool of money
Got
to say, well, we need to fix this project over here. And so this committee would then say, yes, let's use
Got it.
that money to spend it on fixing, whatever.
Okay, so what do you wanna do, guys?
Follow the contract, Follow the
It-
money?
This is not an action item, is it?
No, it's just for discussion.
Well, I think the discussion,
And it says July, just to go back, July 1st, 2022, the city annual contribution will go up to 315,000.
Yep.
And then again in July 1, 2027, 130, but again, it's not a lot. I don't think, and again, we have these agreements with the city, for that, collaboration, but I want us to really assess what, the benefit of it, because now you're getting more activity coming with the rental of our fields and people coming to us, because that was the other issue that we had, was the city was then renting it out and getting money for renting out our own fields to other people. And that was not okay. And that's very clear in the contract that they have no authority to do that. If it's one of their programs that they're running, that, is fine, but they do not own our property. We own
So
our
I think
property.
right now what we do is we give them, so for the gyms, for example, the city gets first, choice to do that.
Correct.
And then they do pay us and it's separate from any of this money, so like when they're using it for
Because the gyms have a separate contract, so understand, we have separate contracts for that as
But
well.
are you talking about subletting the fields?
Yes,
Yes, that's what they.
you cannot do third party, and it's very clearly stated that on here as well. But
And the
again,
time on here says 6 p.m. to dusk.
yes,
I believe they're in there earlier than 6 p.m.
and again,
well,
because they have
definitely
keys
on
to every
Saturday and Sundays.
No, 6 p.m. on school.
Oh,
school
yeah.
days.
Yeah.
I think what we've done, I think it's been dependent on whether or not, like if a school site wants to have it and reserves it through, specific permits, and they use it, then they would be able to come in after, but if we're not using the field, probably before that time. But that, that was just because the schools had the first kind of rights to it. And if we're not using it, we do, because you're right, like I know, Sarah Vista right now, they're out there at 5. So they're out there, but that's not the city, that's another
That's a
contractor
civic
that we have,
limits,
that's a civic limits.
reservation, basically.
Which
So
I think,
the
which I
schools-
think is also, we have to, I mean, I also don't wanna be like, oh, I want us to be collaborative and.
Because it's taxpayer money.
And not only that, I mean, the kids that are out there are our kids, our city, ours, right? So, but let's also be mindful of like who's using what, and let's look at a contract and do this committee. So, I just feel like, let's try to work with the city, we haven't tried, this was years ago, so let's see how that works out.
Would a good place to start be to just kind of assess what is the cost for maintaining those fields so that we come out saying, although this was the agreement, that in fact, this is what it costs us today to take care of our fields, and just kind of take a look at how close that is to the number that they had agreed to provide for us. If it's close, that's good, yeah?
Well, yeah, because the
So-
idea was that it would help support even paying for staff, and that's how we added gardeners. Through this exchange with the city and the 300,000, so again,
Pay for a salary is what you're saying?
yes,
Because we used
Yes.
to have to bill back, we used to
Yes.
bill back by time, and that was where we felt like we weren't getting.
correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so we need to see if we've received that $400,000. So that we need to make sure, and if we have received that $400,000, then.
Where did it go?
Well, all of this, since I've been doing the contribution, it's been going into Fund 40, so there is money in Fund 40. which is
Okay,
for
so
capital
that-
improvement.
So we'll have to,
So,
Aaron's gonna have to get moving on that, obviously. So, we'll have to deal with that.
And again, the city agreements are something important that we really need to stay on top of.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because, much of what, we should be, again, I want us to have a good collaborative,
Right,
relationship with the city.
absolutely.
But again, that's understanding that they're willing to be that collaborative partner with us in ensuring that these facilities are managed, you know, and paid for, and not just on the district's, you know,
Right.
back, because much of the use is by the city.
I'm gonna
You know,
throw-
overall, if you're thinking about what is actually
Okay.
utilized most of the time.
It seems that that's not gonna happen,
But
that we're gonna get that cooperation from the city.
We don't
and-
know.
Well, it hasn't happened.
What?
And I have been at Mays, I've had morning duty, there's dirty diapers out there, and we got kids that are gonna have PE out there first period. Same at, you know, HGLA, they're looking at the same stuff. My solution would be, Erica, is that when you put this committee together, you put it together adding a maintenance person, another groundskeeper. So we can handle this. And if we need two, then we need two, and that goes in the cost. And we'll say to the city, guess what, you're paying for two maintenance people.
But I also wanna say,
Well,
I wanna go back to.
Because we're,
But before that, John, I do
Yeah.
wanna say though, I wanna just, I just wanna just take a step back, right? The leadership of the city council may or may not be aware of.
Absolutely.
This, they may or may not be aware of the dirty diapers and minutia of what we're talking
Right.
about. So I wanna give them an opportunity, I wanna give them an opportunity to come to the table and say, hey, you know, we found this contract and there's this information, and by the way, you know, let's work together. Here's what we'd like to see, what do you think, you know, I mean, I just, you know, I wanna start off there.
28 years of morning duty.
Well, but I wanna, in this contract, prior to doing this, I had many discussions with Ignacio. He and I went to R.O. Hardin, and this was before, because they wanted actually more access. This is when we started gating everything after the fire that we had at Calaveras that burned down our playground equipment there. And so, you know, his thing was, right after that, it was like, you know, because we had to rebuild. It came out of our coffers, not the city's. Even though he was out there saying, oh, you know, we got this, and he made it, the way he commented, it made it sound like the city had taken care of it. When in fact, the district paid to get that, you know, replaced. But again, you know, and he wanted more access. And he wanted actually people to be able to come onto campus inside to have access to the playground. You know, and again, after what had happened at Calaveras, you know, the conversation was, and it was me and, you know, maintenance that talked to, because it was Peter, who was, you know, and Ignacio that wanted to open this up even more. And I thought, look, we have to get this right. We have to be able to do what we need to do to collaborate. You have full access of the field right now. My uncertainty, and this was before we did all the LED lighting, before we did the you know, remodels and everything else. And again, we've invested a lot of money into our schools, and our job is to ensure that they are there when our kids need them. They're at 100% when our kids need them. And so our job is to educate students. The green space and the facilities, I know it's hard because some of the families, that's the only place they have, you know, for their kids to go and run around
And play, yeah.
and play. But again, I want us to have good, respectful conversations about what is needed, and not this, you know, imaginary thing of, you know, it all costs money. And I don't want them to undermine what it costs the district to maintain everything. I want them to respect that. I want them to respect that it's our property. And we want to work with them to provide access, but we want to make sure that that access is always treated with respect so that our kids have those for years to come.
I'm just looking at to simplify it. I'm just saying, make it our responsibility, make our guides do it. And we don't have to, the city doesn't have to bother with it. You know, and we'll get it taken care of, make sure the fields are beautiful and the gyms are clean, and we'll have our guys take care of it.
Well, you charge, at that
And-
point,
and so
you know,
they-
then John's really gonna be working with
They pay
all
for
of
it,
those,
that's all
you know,
I'm
all the
saying.
access.
I'm just saying for our community that we've got clean fields, and then our children, when they come Monday morning and it's time for them to have PE, they have clean field. That's all I care about.
I would recommend to the board and, to receive the board's direction. These agreements, you know, are from 2017, and we've taken about 4 years to resurrect them and take a look at them and, you know, look at them. There might be things here that we as a district will be liable for. So I would recommend that, you know, we are directed to, one, create the committee, two, seek legal counsel, you know, because there are things that we were responsible for we may have not met, you know. Three, looking at the financial aspect of it to ensure that all the money was received, and then start to, you know, look at the recommendations. There might be, just the way we had a change in administration, there might be, you know, a lack of awareness at the city level as well. So to provide both the district and the city to have the opportunity to have the open conversations, look, you know, we found this agreement, this is where we're at, you know, can we meet? Let's meet, because no one here has had that opportunity yet to reach out to the city. I have not reached out to the city, to try to start that dialogue. Better late than never, you know? I think we can get going on it and come back to the board with what we have.
Sounds good.
It's a different city council.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure that we're not, using staff to be doing things, you know, paying out of our pocket overtime or, you know, because we're out cleaning parts that belong to the city right now, you know, because our guys are already strapped with COVID and everything else that they just, I wanna make sure again, that the city pulls their weight and doesn't put it on our shoulders.
Right now, we do have a particular staff member, one, that is earning overtime to clean the gazebo area at Calveras, but that is being paid through our funds. And the hourly amount, I mean, it's overtime, so we can definitely address that. But I think we as a district need to look more in depth as to into the agreements.
Agreed.
Yeah, and I think that we should look at, in regards to the agreements, that we look at, when we talk with the city, I'd like to see it streamlined. Because I think there gets into, you know, well, who's gonna do this and who's gonna do that.
And my thing is, I don't wanna get the wool pulled over our eyes because we have new people too. Because there's a lot of history to these things, and I just don't want
Thank goodness we have.
them to tell you, oh, but no, we've been doing this, Erin, it's no big deal. You know, it's like, no, it's a big deal. You know, like Jen said, you know, we've lived it for, you know, some time now, and that was the whole motive behind getting these discussions and sitting down with the city. And again, some of it was give and take, but a lot of it, you know, I didn't like the overall agreement, but again, it is what it is. And if it's not working for us, then we need to have those
I think
discussions.
the committee should have a board member on it too.
Sure.
So Elizabeth, we were trying to look, so looking at D1 there on the Calaveras, where it says that it did expire January 21st, 2021, but you
Those
don't
were the
think that
original.
These were original? So
Those
you
were
think
from
that
the
that's-
original contracts that were in place years ago. Yeah.
Okay.
They just wanted to incorporate that in the language that there was an agreement that existed prior to it being consolidated into this one. So there was history there. But yes, those are all the pre-agreements. We had several, and that they just wanted
It
it
was the
captured
prenup.
here.
But look at 225. To your point though, Liz, on 225, it does talk about Calaveras.
It talks about,
City will clean, maintain, and ensure working condition of public restroom park facilities at Calaveras Park.
correct. So that basically means means that they have the bathroom and the gazebo, because they rent the gazebo out for money and for parties and.
The cost for maintaining the public restroom park facilities will support solely by city.
And the city, they open it whenever they want. Generally, they'll open it if they rent out the gazebo because it's part of the cost of the rental to have the bathroom open. Otherwise, they have to provide porta potties like they had at Maze. Remember those? Those were awesome. Those were awesome. But yeah, so the gazebo is not part of this agreement. That belongs to the city.
So
The
we shouldn't be
playground?
paying for that.
The playground is part of, our agreement, because that was built jointly. And that, when it was, Calavera's was built, that park was provided by the city, the playground. That's why they paid the money to, rebuild the structure. They gave us the money to they put in the whole new structure. And so again, it was that, give and take type of thing, because that playground structure, again, I wouldn't let my grandson walk on it. I mean, you would need a tetanus shot after getting on that playground. At Calavera's, the one that was there before, it was bad. It was bad. Yeah, and I mean, and it was the sand, yeah.
If we get rid of it, they'll rebuild it.
Yeah, so the
Okay.
gazebo's theirs and the bathroom.
we have one more, guys.
Okay.
So everybody understands what we're gonna do with this one?
Yeah,
So we're good.
Erica's got time.
Okay, so let's go to our last item tonight, which is, yes,
Executive order N 15.
yes, it's that executive order.
Okay, so attached to this item, in regards to Assembly Bill 361, that was signed by Governor Newsom into law on September 16th. This is an opportunity for our board to discuss whether or not we would like to move forward with the following board meetings. Either close to the public or open to the public. As we know, we have been operating under Executive Order 95, which has allowed for us to remain close to the public. That executive order expires September 30th. So moving forward, any board meeting, if we do not discuss and publicly vote on by roll call to maintain the board meetings closed, if the board wishes to, or if we choose to, not do anything or publicly discuss to open them, then this would be the time to have these discussions. The first attachment is the guidance for the executive summary from CSBA, the School Boards Association, and the second page onward is guidance from our workman's comp insurance, Keenan. They also issued guidance in regards to what to do or what the steps are. As you can see, on page 248, there's the comparisons. And this would be the time for our board to consider both options, basically.
To consider either opening to the public or keeping it the way it's been closed.
Yes, correct.
Well, I wanna express what I think it's okay, Jen.
Yeah.
I think I would like us to keep the meetings closed because just as we talked about earlier with COVID exposures, they are very real. They are still happening. Any one of us could look at the numbers and people in the hospital and so I think that in the interest of public safety and ourselves, and I think we should keep the meetings closed to the public. Continue to have access if people want to call in or email, so that the public has an opportunity to connect with us.
Other board members?
I agree. We're going into cold and flu season. our numbers have gone down, but not enough, in my opinion. We've recently had, five deaths, in a short amount of time. I just, although, I just feel like the more we open it to the public, where we can't control who's vaccinated and unvaccinated when they come in,
And masks.
potential issues about whether or not they will cover up and or not, and the security that may need to be involved in all of that. It just doesn't make sense until either our numbers go down and stay down, or we get through the winter and we see that the pattern is improving. Then I would consider opening it back up.
I go back and forth on this.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think we should open up, but, we're just this little buggeroo won't go away. And, I just don't think it's, safe for us. We need to protect our employees and, I just wish it was better, and it's not. And I think that we need to do a better job here. I'd like to hear a motion. It sounds like a consensus that we want to keep our, I'll make a motion that we keep our meetings closed. Is there an end date on this?
Doesn't it have to be done every
So
30
it has
days?
to be done every 30 days.
30
days?
Before we continue with the motion, if we go to the page that has the CSBA guidance, I believe it's page 246, second paragraph.
At every monthly meeting that we
It has to be discussed. So
Yeah.
this can be in place if local or state health, departments indicate that there's a state of emergency, or that the school board determines that it's unsafe to open to the public. However, then every 30 days thereafter, with the expiration of January 1, 2024, the board would have to publicly discuss this and make that determination.
I think if that's what's required, we just put it on the agenda as a standing, agenda for approval. Because we don't know what the coming months have to, I think it's good that it's got the 30-day revolving window, because it gives us an opportunity, to see where we are with our numbers and
And
everything else.
once the vaccine goes out for our 5 to 11-year-olds,
maybe things get better.
yeah,
Yeah.
it could really change.
It could change everything.
Yeah, it'd be a very dynamic change.
And I think for the public to know, I think, I was curious to hear your other side, because I think it's important to hear the pros and cons, right?
Well,
Like to
yeah.
understand like what we're doing, why are we doing it, is it the best thing for?
Well,
So-
one of the things is I don't want people to think that we don't want to hear from them.
No.
And, even like we took a late, comment, we have no problems with that. And we don't time anybody. If they, and they wanna call, we're gonna listen. We've done that. We've shown that we're very open. When people email us, we email them right back. All of us have been doing that. We try to show that we're very responsive. And we're not trying to hide. Somebody wants to call me up and talk with me, I'll be happy to. Email me, we have been extremely responsive for it. And we are not trying to hide from anyone. And I think that, and during our meetings, when we have the public comment, and like I said, we've had them come in before, we've had people speak longer than 3 minutes. We're very receptive that way. So I think that, hopefully when our children start getting our 5 to 11-year-olds start getting vaccinated, maybe things will really turn the tide and we can really start nipping this thing. I do too. Okay,
So is it a,
go ahead.
is it a motion that we have to?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll make the motion.
And roll call. Roll call vote.
Yes, okay, it is, AB, 361, that we, continue to, have our board meetings, virtually. And that we renew it every 30 days.
That it's on our standing agenda.
And it's on our standing agenda. Is there anything else I'm missing?
Second?
Do I have a second? Okay, Carla, discussion? Yeah, I need a roll call vote. Kathy?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Liz?
Yes.
Carla?
Yes.
Jan, yes. Okay, and I believe that we now have, well, no, we have to close.
We have to convene to close session.
Oh, we can't do future agenda items and all that stuff?
Well, we have to reopen and then.
Okay, so we're gonna close,
I make a motion that we convene the closed session.
we're gonna,
Second.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm gonna keep $1 and give you a $2 bill.
Oh.
I'm gonna bless you. A $2 bill, lucky.
No,
It's your
hey,
lucky.
$2 bills are hard to come by, you know.
Those are super hard to come by.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
they're
haven't
good
seen
luck.
one of those in a while.
K&S used to pass them out all the time.
I know.
And the tokens.
And the tokens.
Who did?
K&S Market, it was,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's our old
That's
Hollister.
right, Safeway.
Yeah.
And yeah, where Safeway is.
The little dollar coin.
Yeah, make you spend your money.
Yeah. Kathy, are you from Hollister? No, but I've been here for about 24 years. Do you remember K&S Market?
Uh-huh.
When we moved here, it was.
Oh my goodness. Did you
Those
have, do you have
big
a
old
sister or
things.
teacher?
Okay,
I promise. No?
No.
Because there's
I
somebody with
promise.
that same last name.
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder if they were related.
Charlie.
Are we on?
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
My dog and my little one too.
Yeah.
These are cool.
Okay.
Okay, we ready, guys?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna count down
Okay,
and then, 1, 2, 3.
did you turn the camera on?
The what?
Camera, is it on? It's a red light.
Can you see a light? Let me see if I can see it.
Well, something's filming us.
I don't ever
or else
see
we
a
wouldn't be
red
on the screen.
Well, then she just turned the camera.
Oh, I guess you're right. Okay, we're back to open session. I have nothing, the board has nothing to report from closed session. Do I have any board member reports? I did something and I don't remember. Oh,
It's a
heaven
late
help me.
night.
How about future agenda items?
I would really like to review our policy about COVID and, yeah, and discuss it in regards to testing quarantine.
And I would like to see just how full the schools are, how much room, how much wiggle room do we have?
Oh, in regards to adding,
Oh, sorry. Oh, yes.
in regards to adding portables?
Yes.
And then, I know I had talked about it at the last board meeting, but looking at the possibility of moving AAA out of the Calaveras site and possibly moving it to the Sunny Slope top side where the old main office used to be, and looking at what the building looks like, if, you know, they're in condition to house students. Because I know the idea was to tear it down, but I don't know what state they're in. But the possibility of maybe placing them at a different site.
Yeah, right now, when you add AAA and Calaveras together, there are 733 kids there. So, that is a lot on their campus. At one time, in fact, they're higher than Lad Lane. Lad Lane has 708. And of course, our highest campus is HDLA with 817. So definitely, that is our second largest school right now is Calaveras and AAA.
That new housing is.
Oh,
I know.
We drove around over there, it's
That
huge.
development that
Yes.
still
Yeah.
to be developed
How
over there
many-
on one of the stuff.
how many students are at AAA?
AAA has,
168?
no, 817.
No,
No, AAA.
Oh, AAA, I'm sorry.
just,
168.
that would at least give that many.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
Sarah Vista has 538 and Sunny Slope has 587.
But Sarah Vista is gonna get all of those new housing right
Yeah,
there.
that are being built off of Fairview and Union, yeah.
Sunny Slope makes sense, they got the land.
Well, Sunny Slope has those buildings.
Have the
Mhm.
top piece that's not being utilized right now.
And the
And they're
extra-
not, except for the Rosati property, they're really not building any homes around there. Yeah. Okay, anybody else for future agenda items? Any announcements or reminders? Yes?
I thought you were gonna bring up restrooms?
Oh, yes. We need to discuss the unisex bathrooms. Thank you. Yep. Thank you very much. And anybody on announcements or?
The other, we had talked about, just where we are with bonds and when we are anticipating getting certain monies in. I know that discussion had been brought up,
Right,
some time back, but so that we have like a facilities plan so that if the first installment, or if we've gotten an installment, then are we just leaving that aside so that we can start thinking about the purchase or the design of the multi-purpose rooms for Calaveras and Sarah Vista?
So, the bonds, when, do we anticipate money?
So plan.
So we could plan, and then, the other thing is, we need to follow up and follow through with the, developer fees. Yeah. Okay. And I have this written down, if you want me to, I'll send you an email on it. Oh, okay. All right, anybody else? Okay, so I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, our meeting is over.